I think the clock is just slightly behind.
This clock is? Oh, it is. We're 2 minutes past. You ready? You guys? Good. Okay, I'll call December 11th Rich County Commission meeting to order. First agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Lee, would you lead us in that?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Is the agenda good, Annalise? Got any changes?
Yes, no changes.
Do we approve the agenda as presented to us?
Second.
Moved and seconded to set the agenda for today. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Brandon, Road Supervisor, come on up. Okay, tell us what you got on your mind.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a new sander for our plow truck, one of the plow trucks, the one I drive. It's old, rusted through, needs to be updated. I got two prices. This guy has one built now, can put it in as soon as they take the truck down. And then this one, they won't build it till spring, so we get it in the summer, but quite a price difference.
So you can sand next summer with this one.
Yeah, this one I can put in now.
What's the price difference between the one that's
It's almost twice.
available now? Is cheap?
It's
Cheaper.
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
way cheaper, and plus that's, he added the install on that one. This one don't even have the install on it, but
And they're pretty much the same.
yeah, 15-foot center, 4-foot high. We have the Peterbilt is who we had this guy do it last time, but we have two others from these guys.
So this one did the last one, but we've got two from him.
Yeah, from previous year.
Are you wanting this for like next year's budget, or you wanna pay for it?
I'd like to do it now, on this year if we could.
So it looks like it'd be okay in his budget, so I'd make a motion that we go ahead and have him approve. Make a motion to go ahead and approve the purchase for the
Viking.
Viking
the
Cave,
Viking.
Viking?
Chives.
Chives.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll second the motion for the Viking Chives Midwest Inc. purchase of the sander, total of $30,281.
Okay, got a motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
I added that up in my head, right?
Don't want to give these down, Lisa, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
copies of them. And then also I was gonna talk to you about maybe if we could look into next spring or this winter, getting like a 550 dump bed truck, and like the state uses, have it equipped with a plow and a little sander on it.
So, you said the state uses those now?
Well, it'd be a service truck or a truck like the state has with the dump bed on it. So it'd be kinda like the one that Garden City has, that they plow all their roads with.
You wanna put a plow on it too?
Yeah,
Just to have a smaller option?
yeah, something for, mostly like Woodruff, it'd get around the town a lot easier than a big dump truck.
Yeah.
And plus, he'd be able to go hit the dirt roads as well. And then we'd have something in the summer, like doing cattle guards, if you need just a scoop of gravel, you know.
You're finding your bigger plows are just too much, too hard to.
Well, the old ones needs to be updated, and so it'd either be buy something like that we can use multiple, or just get a whole new dump truck.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that when I saw one of you guys, you know, when's the next time we start cycling in the new stuff?
But the intersections are tough in big trucks, they just don't turn as well, and it'd speed it up a lot. Plus, we'd have it for summer use, putting in culverts, cattle guards, all kinds of things.
That's
Still
what you
in
better
potholes.
do. Get some bids on it and find out what it's gonna cost.
Okay. But that's all I have.
Okay. Yeah, get some bids and let's talk about it,
Okay.
look at it.
Very good.
Hey,
Hey,
thanks,
thank
Brandon.
you. Thank you.
Thanks for all tell your workers thanks.
Will do.
Linda, come on up.
And this is my husband Dave. I just signed up for it. That's why it's in my name.
Oh, really? Nice. I know Dave. I think, I've heard about you, but I've never met you. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, oh, good.
Okay, it says primary residence request, on Cisco Run, Garden
Yes.
City.
So, just a little history. So we sold our primary house in 2020 in Clearfield. We moved up to Garden City, to Rich County, I should say. In 2022, we sold our primary residence on Buffsilt to Nola Eastman. And in the process, we spent 1 year building our new house. We took possession of that house in the end of June, or the end of May 2023. And going back, this year, we were assessed for a secondary home. We petitioned the county to redo that, which they did, which we appreciate. But we went back last year and we ended up paying for 1 year, for 1 year on our property tax, where we should have only been charged for 6 months.
No, we were charged for 6
No,
months.
but
It's
it-
just as a secondary residence
Yeah, so the
Oh.
price was,
instead of the primary.
Right.
we're just asking if the commission would give us a credit for 2025 on our property tax on our house on Cisco Run.
And you've already paid it,
Yes,
so we reimburse you.
yeah, we paid the 2023.
Either way,
Either
yeah,
way.
reimbursement, or if it's better or easier for you to credit us for 2025, either way, we're good.
Yeah. Do we even do credits?
So, no, so I guess I'm confused. So
Okay.
2023, you were on as a primary resident, correct?
No, it was a secondary then also. We just did not realize that.
It was finished in May 2023. It's always been your primary home,
Yes,
but it was charged as a second home for that.
correct.
And
But
we
it was
we
6
only
months.
did it for 6 months.
Yeah,
'Cause it was
because I
under
saw you
construction.
build it, so
Right.
I know, it's never been a second home. It's always your primary home.
Yes,
So in 2022, it was your primary residence, is that right?
And it was, we were
It didn't
building
exist in
it.
2022.
yeah, it didn't exist. We started building in April of 22, and they finished in
May.
May of 23.
That's when you got your certificate of
Yeah,
occupancy.
and
moved
it's
in.
right here. It was 5/27 of 23. There's too many numbers.
Yeah. So I definitely don't see a problem with granting you the primary resident exemption, but I think it has to be a reimbursement, because there's no system for us to hold on to money and credit it forward.
Yeah.
As far as I understand.
But I see no trouble with reimbursing them.
Okay. I'll make a motion that, we reimburse you, giving you a check back for, we'll have to do the exact amount.
Right,
but-
exactly.
It didn't
have
be
that.
primary and secondary until.
Yeah, and, that's my motion, that we give you that, a check for that.
Moving second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
So it may take us maybe a day or two. Kim, our assessor, is gone.
Okay,
But
that's
we'll-
no
We'll
problem.
tell her, and she'll help us.
Can I
Okay.
get your, is this the address that we would wanna send it to, is 992 Cisco now?
Oh, no.
Yes,
Or do you have
and
no,
then
yeah,
the
to
PO
the
box,
Post office box.
What is that?
568.
Okay.
And since I'm a full-time resident, if there's anything I can do for the, county or something, let me know, because,
There always is.
well, I've been trying to get onto the planning and zoning commission, but it's kinda like,
Yeah.
Since
The
I'm up
county
here-
P&Z you're talking about.
since I'm up here, I might as well step in and help.
Sure, we appreciate it.
And these two guys have been great to work with.
That's odd.
They can pay me later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you saying we're odd, or it's just odd that?
That they would say good about someone. No.
Oh, and just one more thing, the guys at the sanitation department are great to work with.
Oh,
I mean,
good.
they've been nothing but help for
Awesome.
us.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
We like to hear that more than the other things, so.
Well, and there's a
Appreciate
lot
it.
of people that hate everything, no matter if it's good or bad, so.
And it's amazing how much trash is generated by our
It
visitors.
is. It is.
So do you find a lot of, cause you guys, do you have your dumpsters locked up pretty well? I forgot. It's behind your,
Yeah, it's
Fence.
behind, well,
Yeah.
it's behind the gate now.
it used to
And-
not be?
No, it's always been there, but the problem is we have our gate, which people like to hit.
Yeah.
For some reason, they can't see this big brown metal gate in front of them, and they have to drive through it. It's been up for 8 years, and we've had to replace it 4 times.
Really?
So we're at 50% again.
Yeah.
Wow.
But probably within the next 30 days, we're actually moving our garbage area out to the front of the gate. And it's all enclosed. It's gonna have a man gate with a keypad on. It's gonna have a slider gate for the county to push a remote to get in and out. It's a lot safer for them. And it gives us a bigger area. We'll go from 6 dumpsters to 9 or 10.
Do you see a lot of Swan Creek residents dumping?
Yes.
Really?
Especially when that gate's left open, like during this time?
Even
of
with the
year?
gate down, they piggyback in behind somebody, pull up, dump their garbage, turn around and leave.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we do have cameras, and we do get pictures. I had some guy drop off a vanity with the toilet paper roll still on there. And I just called him, I says, it's a $1,000 fine. Well, we won't be up for a week. I said, well, you got 24 hours, or I'm gonna send it to the county and they can fine you the $1,000. Next morning, they were down there and they took it out.
Mm.
It just bothers me. And we have signs that say no dumping, so. What do you do?
That's about all you can.
Call in Oram in the morning.
You put them there and they do get filled up. That's.
They do. So-
Yeah, but if you ever see somebody dumping something ginormous and you do have, proof of it and you need help, let us know, because we need to crack down on just a few people,
True.
to deter some of this, cause it's in the summertime especially, it actually does damage to the machines, and it gets in our way as far as picking up the trash.
Well, I had some guy drop off a hot tub cover, which was water saturated. I don't know how they got it at the dumpster. And I think it was either Dave or Steve helped another guy pull it out. And I literally had to use my backhoe to pick it up, to take it to a different dumpster that we hired for the summer for a couple months.
So heavy.
We've had mattresses, we've had
Cinder blocks.
cinder blocks. I did catch a guy with cinder blocks. He filled 3 of the dumpsters halfway full
With cinder blocks.
with cinder blocks.
Jeez.
So I went, got the camera card, took a picture of it, it's on my phone. Drove around till I saw the truck, walked down his driveway, and his exact words are, "What the hell are you doing on my property?" I said, "Well, I'm just here to see if you can put those cinders back in the truck." He says, "I didn't do that." I said, "Really? You gonna lie to me when I got a picture?" Within 30 minutes, he had all those cinder blocks out of the dumpsters.
Yeah.
Cause I told them $1,000 per dumpster.
So do you guys do like any community cleanups where like you'll rent like a big roll-off dumpster?
We do.
Okay.
We have 2 roll-off dumpsters. We bring those in usually for about, 2 months?
Just do like a free-for-all? If you got something, we'll take it. Okay.
We try,
Yeah.
and they can fill up within 2 hours.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for
So,
sure.
and one person can fill one dumpster 3 times.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
Okay.
thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care, Dave.
Okay. Like I said, anything I can do?
Thank you.
We'll put you on the list. We always need volunteers. So put you on the list of people to pull from.
Like I said, I'm willing to help, so.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Had a schedule. Chantal? How are you?
Hi, good, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Hello, hi.
Business license, huh?
Yes, business license. So it's kind of just a step towards what I need to do. So, I do case management in Evanston, and I just noticed living out here, so I've lived out in Woodruff for a little over 1.5 years now, that it's needed big time out here. And what I mean by case management is I work specifically with Wyoming Medicaid waiver programs, specifically what's called the Community Choice Waiver. And looking into Utah, they have very similar programs. Us being such a rural area, there's not a lot of home health agencies, of course, that work out here. But my next goal is to get them to kind of partner with the Utah Medicaid programs. They do bill Medicaid. All they need to do is partner with their waiver program. Their waiver program offers way more services to our community. So the waiver that I work with is a waiver for mostly senior citizens. They're 65 and older. In Evanston, there's a little bit more diverse people on that program because of the state hospital being there. So there's more psych patients and people that are disabled, but it still applies to our community. So if they are disabled, low income, and Utah has similar guidelines to Wyoming's, but specifically our community with the elderly. So 65 and older, they meet the eligibility requirements for income and then their needs as far as possibly needing in-home CNAs, nurses. If they meet the requirements, and they already have Medicare and Medicaid, they already are eligible for the waiver program. A lot of our community just doesn't know that they have these programs at our fingertips. The only reason I know about it is because of my work that I've been doing so long in Wyoming. And after doing a lot of research, I'm like, we have it here, just nobody knows about it. And I work with a CNA that lives over here, Natalie Cornea. She works with the home health agency that I work with. And, she's like, I know Atlas comes out here, goes into the homes of a lot of our seniors. They do work with Medicare and Medicaid, but they don't work a lot with the waiver programs. They don't know a lot about it. So my whole goal is to get a business license because I got approved with the state of Utah to become a case manager. They have similar guidelines to Wyoming. So I'm approved to be a case manager. I just need to get a business license so I become a provider for the waiver Medicaid programs. Just because I think that these programs would benefit our community. That was a lot to
Well,
throw at you.
I'm glad you did. Bill probably knows.
So,
But
our Medicaid waiver is administered through the Bureau of Association of Governments out of Logan. And so, anybody that's referred to them, they'll come in and do an assessment
Right.
and try to get them on the waiver program.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's not like it's not available, but the issue is finding providers that will come and actually work for
Right.
Medicaid wages
Right.
or, reimbursement for
Right.
the area, so.
And that's,
If we can piggyback on that whole situation and provide better services, particularly in the Randolph, well, in Rich County in general, cause, there is some options out of Idaho now, but, Randolph and Woodruff, it's either out of Evanston or it's not available at all, so.
right, and so I contacted somebody at Atlas, and I wanted to go meet with them and talk to them about becoming a provider for the waiver. And like you said, it's just getting them to want to be a provider for those programs, because you have to go by their guidelines and you have to follow their rules,
Right.
Utah Medicaid rules, and they're not always very fun rules to follow. They can be kind of a pain. And so, I wanted to sit down and meet with them. The thing is, it's guaranteed money for them every single month because they get paid by Medicaid, but man, following their requirements and rules can be kind of a pain. But it would be such a great thing for our community, but there's also so many resources other than the waiver program. That's kind of what I pride myself on doing, is finding resources in our area. I found resources like, I know a lot of people in our area as far as aging, a lot of people are embarrassed about it, but like briefs and incontinence issues, they have to pay for those things out of pocket. I found programs where their Medicare or Medicaid will pay for it and deliver it to their door every single month. Just little things like that I could bring resources to the community, bring resources. And case management, where it's different for me, is I don't have an office per se. I go to their homes and do it. A lot of the people that are on these waiver programs, they're homebound. So they can't just get up and go to an office or do whatever. So that's what I do in Wyoming, is I visit their homes, I go to wherever they need to go. But bringing resources, not just coordinating the in-home care services, but that's month to month. You coordinate their care, make sure they're getting the care that they need, help alleviate a lot of the burden. And I hate to say the word burden, but it's very taxing on family members, and you want them to be able to enjoy their family members and enjoy their relationship with them, rather than spending so much time taking care of them. Let them enjoy their relationship that they have with their mother, father, grandparents, and let care come in and help. And finding resources that are in our area that a lot of people don't know about.
So I have a question that probably it doesn't matter, but just to better understand, would your business help them navigate the waiver process and get access to this, or will your business actually employ provider services?
So what I do, I kind of just will tell you what I'm doing currently. So I get referrals all the time from home health agencies, from brokers that are Medicare brokers, like, hey, this person will definitely qualify for Medicaid, can you help them? I will literally start from the bottom. We'll apply for Medicaid if we need to. If I see that they'll be eligible for waiver programs, I'll help them apply for the waiver program. A lot of times people get denied Medicaid, and it's just because of something really small. And they're like, oh, I don't qualify. But really they do. You just have to have the right person to help you navigate through it.
So you don't have to be on Medicaid to apply or to participate in a waiver sometimes?
No, I can help walk them through the bottom up. I'll help them get on the program, apply for Medicaid, get on the program. Then once we get them on, we'll coordinate those services into their home. And then once they're on the program, we're coordinating those services, then just start bringing resources in wherever their family needs it. And every case is different. Some people need not a lot of services. Some people just need, hey, I might need a CNA once a week. I don't need any CNAs. I just need this. It could be a lifeline, those little push buttons that, they fall.
And would you pay the CNAs, or are they contractors?
Medicaid pays them.
Okay.
So if we can get like the home health agencies to be a provider through the Medicaid waiver program, Utah's Medicaid waiver will pay the CNA, well, they'll pay the provider, and then the provider pays the CNA.
Okay, that's.
So in
makes
other
sense.
words, Atlas
Right,
would be the provider.
They'll collect the money and divvy it up.
They'll funnel the money through Atlas to the CNA, who will be
right,
a contractor, either a contractor or an employee of Atlas.
Yeah.
yeah. And that would be the same for me. So if I, I become a provider for the Utah Medicaid program, they pay me for my services through the Wyoming Medicaid program.
Which is the incentive to help the program reach as
Yeah,
many people as
yeah.
as it needs.
Right.
Okay. That makes
And
sense.
it doesn't matter to me if I'm, if I get paid the same where if I'm in someone's home 10 minutes or 3 hours. So I have some clients in Evanston where I have a lot of psych patients that require a lot more assistance. Then honestly, a lot of my elderly patients are like, yeah, I'm good. You go ahead, you come in and out, and I'm good for the month. And then I have a lot of other people that need help with applying for food stamps, applying for LEAP, this time of year especially. LEAP is helping them pay for their heating bills. Grant programs to help pay for glasses, for hearing aids. But there's a lot of little things like that that I can help find grants for that Medicare or Medicaid doesn't pay for, which they're starting to skimp out on a lot of things that they want to pay for people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I totally support you. I just was more clarifying, how
Yeah,
it works. I just don't get it.
I get excited and I start talking more and more and more. So
I think it's
I
awesome.
would make a motion to approve Lotus Care Services, i.e., for a business license here in the county.
I'll second that.
Moving second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
thank you.
That sounds like you're very well needed and
Yeah, I
will
think
have a lot of work.
I think it would be awesome. I was talking to some of the CNAs and nurses that are in this area, and they're like, yeah, we need it bad.
Yeah.
And I have some elderly neighbors, and I'm like,
Besides him?
he's got a nurse for a daughter. He'll be just fine.
Yeah.
No, I just thinking like, gosh, we know some of their kids live far away, and I that's the kind of stuff that keeps me up at night. Is like, what are they gonna do? When they can't take care of themselves, and there's not enough CNAs to spread around. So
I was looking at your 180 east, so you're east of the highway.
yeah.
They're on Center Street. I'm trying to picture your home.
Do you know?
I know where Joe Meyer lives,
Yeah.
close.
I live down the road. Well, right next to Cash and he goes by Les, I guess, to most people, but he introduced himself to me as Cash Johnson.
Oh.
He's a kind of
Do you know where Jeremy Watts used to live?
No.
You know where David Stacy lives?
Yes.
down the
Two
road from
houses
them.
lit down.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Cammie and what's her husband's name? I can't remember.
Cammy.
No, not Cammie.
Cammie's her sister.
I'm thinking of Chelsea Stewart,
Chelsea.
like around the corner from them.
Chelsea and Louie and then
And Louie.
Cody and
Callie.
Callie, not Cammie. Callie.
Cammie's another sister though.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Christensen.
Yeah, Yeah, Christensen's. I live up the street from them. But
Oh,
By our
okay.
fire station.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate you guys so much.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for your
Sounds
work.
like an awesome service, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, Chantal.
Thank you.
Chantal. So this is to the clerk's office. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
We're ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Is someone coming from Randolph Cemetery District?
I have a phone number, but I thought, Beth Santa called last night and said that Jeannie Myers would be here, but.
What do they need to discuss?
Tax increase,
Well, but they go through the same process. They're a special service district.
they probably need some training,
They get
feedback.
nothing from us. They hold their own public hearings and their own budget hearing and
They probably don't know that.
I talked to Beth a little bit last night. She just wants to make sure the public is aware that this is coming down the pipeline.
Oh,
Well, that's their due diligence to advertise it,
Okay.
not ours, theirs. So it's just like Woodruff sent out a postcard to everybody in their district, said we're having a budget hearing.
Yeah,
So-
postcard that I know.
So my question is, have they had all the hearings they need to?
No, and I said, I explained that last night, I said
Then they can't raise their taxes.
it'll be, yeah, it's not right now, I said it's the truth and taxation process, it'll come up in May, June, and then it'll go through that schedule, so
So
I
they,
did kinda talk them through it yesterday.
yeah, so the increase will not take place for the
2025.
25 year.
So let's talk to them and help them out, cause you're definitely the guy that they need to talk to know how to do this. Seems like they need some help.
Well, all the special service districts, anytime they wanna raise their taxes, it's a 6-month process. It's not a matter of, well, we wanna
I know,
raise
I know.
taxes in our budget hearing. It's gotta be long before that, so.
I don't know whose number this is.
Dialing it on speakerphone, that's dangerous.
Please dial a 1 when
Okay, try that again.
Please dial a 1 when dialing this number.
Now you can't even get the dial tone.
No.
So I need to do,
Does Bill need to show you how to use that tech?
Excuse me. How do you hang up? Okay, and then I'm turning it back on and now it won't give me a dial tone. Yeah, feel free to take over.
what have you done to it?
Unplug and plug it back in.
No dial tone. There you go.
This number right here.
Still in the dial tone.
Which number?
435-881-9741. There's
There,
one.
there you go.
Okay. 9741.
Don't have a name by it.
Nope.
Hi, this is Jeannie. Sorry I missed you. Please
It's
leave a
Jeannie.
message.
So what is this?
That was when they signed up to be on the agenda.
Oh, okay. Well, what we need to do, I mean, we can meet with them offline, cause there's a process, and they can actually access that on the State Tax
Tax
Commission
Commission
website about the processes, the timeline, and what they need to do. But if they're a taxing entity, they go through exactly the same process that a city or a county does in wanting to raise their taxes, so.
You lost your glasses.
Did somebody pick them up?
They got stool right in front of you.
Did you have them?
Yeah, I've worn them today.
You sure?
Yeah,
Come borrow mine. Oh, there, is that, no, that's
that
not
ain't
mine.
them. No, I got some, but they're my good ones.
I haven't seen them.
They're not on the ground, right? You're not gonna roll over them?
Yep. There
Let
they
me
are.
see if Jeannie's actually here.
How'd they get knocked off?
She's not. She's not.
That's the weirdest thing.
It's just lonely.
Did you guys get a chance to look at the minutes?
I haven't, I can't even find them.
Yeah, I haven't seen the minute.
I thought she,
gave us a minute.
I thought, she hasn't?
Nope.
I thought she emailed them.
They're all in rough draft form.
They're on what?
Rough draft form. I draft them and then we go through them and finalize them.
Well, but we don't have them.
Yeah, sorry. I think she's going to work on that.
Do you know if you have, bills for November?
Yeah, they're right there.
Okay. Look them over. And that ginormous stack. It's getting out of control over there.
Well, I was doing some last minute stuff. Did I give you those bills?
Nope,
Fine.
that's just my packet. Didn't you get a packet?
No, that's okay.
It's right here. John, lift up your computer. Here's your packet.
We're all doing it today. I was actually kind of feeling left out, so.
I guess it's Jeannie Lim. And she's not here, so.
Okay. And,
She may show up, huh? Here in a few minutes.
so on the Willard Schults property, do we know what that refund's all about? Is that because of primary residence or?
Did he come in? I swear we talked.
He appealed through the state tax commission, and they granted his appeal. So she's wondering, she went back 5 years to see if he, could be approved at the rate that the tax commission granted him.
Oh,
So I can see if,
Okay. I make a motion that we, refund, Willard Schultz, a refund of $663.18, for his tax appeal.
I'll second that.
Moving second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So you can make sure Kim knows about that.
yep, thank you.
Is that a bad pen? It's okay, I have one.
Sim, do you guys have the expenditures up there somewhere?
Yes.
Okay.
Come on up.
Hey.
We just tried to call you, but you must have been
Oh, sorry.
walking out
And I
the
was
door or
thinking it was
something.
Jeannie Myers,
Oh, so maybe you tried calling her?
or
You tried, okay.
So,
That's where you want me in the middle.
It doesn't matter, that's
yeah,
perfect.
you're fine.
Okay. Alrighty.
tax increase for the cemetery district, okay?
Do you want to identify, you just have to say your name and who you are.
I'm Jeannie Lim.
Okay.
I'm the chairman of the Randolph Cemetery District.
Okay, thank you.
So, our last tax increase was 6 years ago, which, is neither here nor there, but, the reason why we would like a tax increase is because we are now fully insured, which we weren't then, and our insurance now is, over $4,000 a year. And we also, have had to start developing another part of the cemetery, and it doesn't have a sprinkler system in it, so we need to put a sprinkler system in that part of the cemetery. And then we also have a CPA that helps us, Tiffany Wahlberg, and which it isn't that much, but she definitely has helped us so that we're up to code and passing all of our things. So we have a few other expenses that we had 6 years ago. So we would just like to propose that we could see if we could get a tax increase.
So, where you're your own tax entity, Jeannie, what you need to do is there's a process
Yeah.
in order to raise your taxes. Did Annalisa talk to you about that?
No, I came in, but I missed her a couple times. She wasn't
Okay.
there.
So,
But I do have the papers.
okay, so it's a 6-month process.
Yeah,
So you won't be able to budget your tax increase in this year's budget for 25.
Yeah.
But you need to get the process started probably in May of 25, so that in 26 you will be able to you'll go through that, and you'll be able to budget it in your 26 budget this time next year for your increase.
Yeah.
So however,
Well, we figured
what's
it
your
would take
increase?
about, this is our tax, that's our budget for 2025. We've got it done.
Okay, so
So we're hoping that if we do this step, that we can have a tax increase maybe in 18 months. Would that be feasible?
you'll be able to have a tax increase in
January.
actually in 12 months.
Oh, good.
So you'll start the process probably in May or June. You just have to advertise of the median income home in your.
Yeah, and how much it would
and-
raise their taxes.
And how much it would raise it, and you'll have to have 2 hearings, and then after the hearings, then you'll be able to go ahead and, put that new increase in your 26.
budget.
So you'll be able to, as of 26, once your budget's approved in December of 2025, your new increase will automatically be in your 26 budget, and so within 12 months, you'll have your increase,
Okay,
okay?
but we were under the impression I had to come here for my first. I don't have to come here.
No, because you're your own, no, but we're sure glad to see you.
I actually appreciate that you came to talk to us, because even though you can do this yourself, we do get yelled at for the taxes that are raised by everybody.
Yeah,
And so all special service districts can raise taxes, but at the end of the day, the commission can change out the boards if we feel like they're taking advantage of it. So it does come to us under our responsibility somewhat. So I do appreciate, as one of the only special service districts, you came to talk to us about it. So we understand what's going on when people talk to us.
good. Well, I appreciate that, but I didn't know that we.
Yeah, but you don't need to.
But that's good to know. Okay, so anyway, that's our budget, and so we'll just start on that in
May-ish.
May-ish.
This round.
this
For
round.
this round.
So one of the things you'll need to determine right from the
Is how
get-go
much.
is how much you wanna raise.
Yeah,
And it needs to be a dollar amount, okay, if you wanna raise.
like $10,000.
Yeah,
let's
if you
just say.
wanna raise $10,000, then that applies to the your rate, your mill levy rate, and so that will be adjusted. So, and that's what's gonna, from the very get-go, you wanna raise $10,000, so you take your value, figure out how much that's going to be versus
Yeah.
$400,000 homes, and then those are the numbers you'll use all the way through.
Okay, and get that from Kim, right? She can just like do our medium.
Yeah, and either
think
that
she
or
did
the,
that before.
yeah, I think so, or the state tax commission can give you those numbers of what the, but it's within your whole district, it's not
Yeah.
just in Randolph,
Yeah,
so
it's,
she'll have to take the district and figure out what your values are.
okay, right. Okay, well, we'll get with her.
Yep,
Thanks, guys.
Super.
Thank you.
Have a
Thanks.
great day.
You too, Merry Christmas.
You too, thanks.
Okay. So we'll wait till next month for the minutes to do that?
No, I should have some when we get back.
Okay. You done with these?
No, I have a question.
Okay.
Well, you can look through it. So apparently the refund's already been paid, but it's wrong.
Refund to who?
Oh. 663.
No, I think the one, we'd have to ask Ken about it, cause I think she
919.
took care of 2023 and 2024, and then this is 2022 through 2018, I think, but we'd have to check with Ken. Cause he appealed in 2023 and 2024.
So where did you get the 663.18? The motion.
Back number.
Right off here.
Oh.
Okay, so did Ben do anything with our canal ordinance? Permit.
Give her, send that down to Bridget. Give her Bridget.
I don't see anything on Canal, do you?
It's like it was discussed, but he hasn't got an ordinance for it.
We must need
He
more.
did send an email though. With the,
Don't mean to speak as turn, but he did send me a copy.
yeah,
I've got it in the email. If you want, I can message it to you. If you don't have it.
He sent it to all of us.
I think so, let me look at that.
The canal ordinance,
All the proposal.
the proposal. He told me 11:30, but I think I did.
Yeah, so, send it to you as well. The 21st of November.
Was there one tweak in that, Brad, that we wanted to?
21st one, is that the one that we want?
Yeah,
There
canal
something that
protection.
somebody had,
Think so.
maybe not.
Ben and I went back and forth over, one small piece of language. I think it was, about moving dirt, and this has the language change. So I think the concern that we brought back to him was that, the original language
Just,
meant that somebody could move dirt, and if it didn't move off their site, then technically they could do whatever they wanted, which is what got us in trouble last time. And so we had him change the language so that anytime they start moving dirt, they need to get at least an overview from the county engineer if they're within that 100-foot protective strip. And I think it was that first sentence of the last paragraph before section, or the second to last paragraph before section 3. The definition of construction means any project where earth is removed. Originally it said, it was something that indicated that as long as you didn't remove it off-site, that was what they were concerned about.
My understanding was the two canal boards have both received it, and
Yes, I personally sent it out to both canal boards, and I think the only person who responded to me was Terry, and he was here last time and knows what this said, so I think I've kind of been, and I let everybody know there was a meeting today, and Terry said he was gonna be here. And I think he will be, but, I think everybody else has kind of given me assent by silence.
They're in honestly, they're all in there. And
And does this,
Boy, and, reading this again, maybe we ought to talk to Ben, because it may have been, we may have changed that word removed a little more. Let me look at my emails and see if I can see what I sent him. Oh, yes, okay, so, we suggested substituting construction means any project where excavation occurs rather than any project where earth is removed. That was the small change I think we talked about.
Okay. to digging holes for foundations of pools, trampolines. Construction concludes any activity that changes the slope of the ground in a protective strip.
Hey, there it is. All right.
Can I read this out?
These guys.
Kathy?
Yeah, this is one for each of you.
I'll hand it down.
Yeah, you guys, you got more detail than we got in ours.
Yeah, I wonder if for some reason that change just didn't make it into what he sent you guys.
Yeah, I've never seen any changes in anything other than what was first written online. So that this hat isn't gonna score any points with
Why is that? Wrong brim?
Yeah.
That's okay, I'm with Gus Guy. Don't have enough cows to wear a different brim. From over the hill anyway,
Well, we gotta get you some more then. You're dealing with
the
canals.
first thing I gotta get is land.
If you're dealing with
Then cows.
canals, you gotta have a few cows to make,
Yes.
cause they make trails into the canal and up out so that it
Yeah.
wash out.
I don't need any more work fixing the bank, thanks. This is a legacy project for me, so. That's for me, it's a legacy project, I'm doing it as a tribute. Yeah, he did this has the other language you asked for, but it doesn't have that change in the definition of construction.
So can we approve those minutes with, expenditures with that still questioned?
Yeah, we just have to clarify with Kim.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the November expenditures as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor say aye,
Aye.
any opposed by the same sign. Motion carries unanimously. Okay,
If we need to have a break while we're reading, we can.
we got anything else we can do without Ben?
Just those minutes that you don't have in front of you yet.
So 11:30, we got 30 minutes before Ben will be here. Or should we call him, see where he's at?
There's a guy in the,
Attorney's office?
down by the Christmas tree. I don't know.
Yeah, we can call him.
Let's see where he's at. And
Do you want the phone?
What if I just text him real quick? I texted him.
Okay.
He's pretty quick to respond.
I would rather be early than late. It was drummed into me fairly early that if you're not 15 minutes early, you're late.
Exactly.
I've paused the record, just so you know.
Where's that?
I don't know, better like it.
Is he telling we're conducting business?
Yeah, went one end around the other.
Hmm. Hear from Ben?
No,
He doesn't text and drive.
he's driving.
Yeah.
If you're wondering why the hours are weird on why we're having a public hearing at 12:45, it has to do with the additional public hearings that got added after I'd set some times, so.
I wasn't worried about it.
No.
I wouldn't have noticed it if you didn't say anything though. I'd have been here a long
Like,
time.
oh, that's really weird.
Just 'cause he's not on there. You been watching the finals, Terry?
What's that?
You been watching the finals? Them team ropers, they're stretching them out a little faster than we used to 30 years ago, aren't they?
Faster horses too.
I won the Rich County Fair one year, 8-second run, and these guys are doing them in 4-1, 3-8. It's crazy.
Staying fast.
Yeah. They're swinging before they start swinging right when they nod, and they're throwing at the barrier.
Right. Yeah, it's incredible. A lot of younger guys in this finals.
Yeah, a lot of rookies.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I think they're just better athletes doing it,
Starting younger.
And have the money behind them to make that their livelihood.
Yeah, all growing
All
up.
the time, yeah. It's, you're sponsored from the time you're 12 years old, and
Younger.
that's what you do.
Yeah, I wouldn't wanna be a member of the Wright family if you didn't wanna.
We miss old Stetson though.
Oh, yeah.
He's a character.
Yeah, he threw a crank into the works all the time, didn't he?
That little Statler, he's kind of struggling a little.
Yeah, what is he? He's just 18?
Yeah, it's first time. And those NFR, that livestock as a whole, that's another game too.
Yeah, exactly. You can see those bulls through a breeding program now. It's just incredible. Horses too.
They're so athletic, holy cow. You see they show some of those old clips of like in the 50s and stuff, and these horses and bulls are a different ball game than they used to be.
A lot of money too. Holy cow.
Yeah, they make as much in a go as them poor old guys in the old days used to all year long.
Yeah.
Looks like our pump's still running up at the landfill.
Is it?
We'll just have to dig down and cap it off for now. It's on right now.
Well, there's no use digging it up, capping it up. Why don't we just shut the valve off? You're gonna dig it up.
Is that all it is, the valve?
The valve, yeah.
Is the valve broken?
No, but the valve box,
That's what's broken, is the box.
no, it's not even that. It's just a 4-inch box. But it's on an angle like this. So here's the valve, and it's a 2-inch square valve. So it's a square valve. It's only got to turn half a turn. But the problem is the regular valve keys, because and Ron says, oh, it was the sanitation guys. Well, Ron was the one that put it in.
Yeah.
So it's been muddy anyway, so it's on an angle. So you can't get the key squarely on top to turn it. So I've got it all put together. I put a key on the end of a swivel. But the problem is that, and went out to do it, and my key's 2 feet too short because he's got it so far sticking out of the ground. I just cut it off, and I decided, well, I won't do that. I'll just go extend I'll get it shut off.
So your key has like a knuckle on it, like rotates down, kinda like a ratchet, I guess.
Yeah, it's actually a swivel, so the key's on here, and it's got a swivel, so it can actually go over on an angle, shut it off. And I'll get it shut off, and then they can't turn it back on until they dig it back
Don't need
up.
your key. I just don't want their systems to get, their stuff to get damaged.
Froze.
Yeah. You can see it.
It don't need to be running.
Well, the problem is this is running through their system. It's running through their drain down the trough.
Yeah.
That's where it's running.
You can see it on this little blip here, it just goes up and down, off and on, all day long.
Yeah.
Hey, morning guys.
Morning.
Great to see you, John.
Good to see you.
Mater.
How are you? Hello, Bill.
Do you still have a Prius?
I gave it to my teenage daughter. I now have
You don't like her, huh?
an SUV.
You don't like your daughter?
She's a lucky girl to have it.
That is lucky.
I think she'd want a pickup or something.
Yeah, she would prefer a pickup for sure. She had one option.
The Prius.
The Prius. A Prius with 250,000 miles.
250,000? All right. Let's
Okay.
state who you are and let's get started.
Let's see. I guess probably the place to start is with talking about the Bragg interlocal agreement.
Wonder, Ben, would it be okay if we do the Canal one first? We have people here for that.
Sure. Are they here?
Yes.
Brad is here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
And then personnel policy, let's skip that for
Okay.
later.
Yeah, we can do that later. Do you want to wait for Brad?
Yeah, we probably better. I didn't
Okay.
realize he had stepped out. Sorry.
And then Brad had invited some board members from other canal companies.
Yeah, it's Terry.
That's Terry?
Terry
Okay.
Allen.
Great.
Do you want them all up at the table?
Sure.
Brad, will you grab that other chair so Terry can come up with you?
Terry, what's your last name?
Alan?
Alan?
Are you Brad?
I am.
I talked to you on the phone. How are you? Nice to meet you in person. Mitch Polson.
Nice to meet you.
What's your last name, Brad?
Davis.
Terry Allen.
I'm Ben
We've met
Willoughby.
before.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
What county do you represent? Hodges. Great. I'm gonna be in contact with you. Okay. We get some
Which canal are you?
Swan Creek
Swan
Canal.
Creek Canal, thanks.
And Annalisa, did you make copies of the proposed?
I sure can.
Okay, last month we both did it. Here's the,
That's what I did this time. I was like, hey, I don't need, okay.
there you go.
So this is just a precursor to a public hearing.
Yeah, we set this just for a discussion. And Brad and Terry were nice enough to come chime in and,
Well, we need to get it right from the go. And
yeah. And Brad, I know you've seen this
Yep.
proposed. And Terry, have you seen it too?
Yes, well, I got the very first thing that was written, but we did have a few things we wanted to change, but I don't think that got put in right.
Well, and I never got a copy of anything that changed. I sent you an email. Basically, I think the only change that we had was you defined construction as any project where earth is removed, and we had suggested maybe that
Yeah.
construction defines any project where excavation occurs, because we've had that the particular problem we had with Conestoga was basically their claim was, well, they didn't remove any earth from the site, and so
they didn't need permission from anybody to do that, and
So, actually, in this, on the third, it says construction means any projects where excavation occurs.
oh, okay, so,
So I think I made
so,
that
all right,
change.
so
So-
that change has been made, and that's
Yeah,
great.
so
That was after.
I think we got what we needed.
Yep, then I
with
think,
that, yeah.
Okay.
then that would be, otherwise it's brilliant, I think it lays out exactly what
Yeah,
we'd like to
very
see
good.
for
It's
protection, and it seems to make plain sense, so I don't think anybody can really misunderstand it.
Okay. As soon as Annalisa brings those copies, we can just run through it.
So, this is not related, and I may be way off base here, but is the canal, would the canal ever entertain the idea of, active trails near them, or around them, or on them? I know most places it's a non-starter, but, we wanna sort of discuss that, cause it seems like in some spots it might be a good place for a trail.
Speaking for Hodges, part of our projected future is to pipe the canal. The state is really pushing for something along those lines because of their desire to preserve water, and we lose about 40 to 50% to evaporation and subsidence right now. So if we could save that water, we'd have more water available for irrigators. And with a covered canal, it would be a perfect place for a trail. So we're really
Minus the
interested
liability.
in that. Sorry, that?
Minus the liability.
Well, that's, two things arise. Number one is, without some further enabling legislation through the state, there has been some,
Yeah.
but you'd still have to go to every private landowner and get an easement for trails, because the canal easement doesn't cover that.
Yeah,
And the next problem, would be piping the canal decreases the liability, but it doesn't eliminate the liability in the canal easement. And so the thought would be, if you're gonna put a trail system in, you're probably gonna have to have defined ingress and egress points, and you probably need a fence.
yeah,
Because there are gonna be, when we were talking, as we're talking about piping, there are going to be every so often open grates where stormwater is gonna enter that canal system and help it to continue to function as a secondary runoff system. And somebody falls down one of those grates hiking on a trail, we've got a liability problem.
okay. So it seems like you're not 100% against it, but there's a lot of stuff that would need to be lined
Yeah,
up.
again, speaking just for Hodges, and, Hodges would be the perfect place for a trail system in Garden City, because it would get people up away from the highway. You've basically got a 25-mile path from essentially Swan Creek to Sweetwater, where someone
Yeah.
could access that trail, and it would really be really nice, I think.
Yeah, well, the state has 45 million, they've set aside a year, and Bill and I were at a meeting yesterday where we had to identify where we think that these trails could go, and
Yeah.
the canal, obviously canals come up everywhere
Right.
as a good spot, especially where they're.
And we've spoken to Garden City, and there is some enthusiasm in Garden City for this, but their answer so far has been, well, talk to us when you've got the canal piped,
Yeah, okay,
which for us is gonna be probably a 25-year project without some form of continuing grant or other.
I think
financial
this trail plan's gonna help that, where these canals become more identified, there may be incentives to we'll pipe it if you put a trail on it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing you're gonna run up against, honestly, is it's a surprising number of people who have a canal running through their property who consider that their own personal river.
Yeah,
And so piping it to them is kind of anathema.
yeah,
They don't realize that, when one of their kids falls in and drowns, that they're not gonna feel that way anymore, and that's certainly a concern for us, but
Okay.
not for them.
well, I don't wanna hijack the conversation.
Yeah.
No, in this 25-year plan that we're looking at, actually, there are things in there, board trails.
Yep.
Considering trails on the canals as well, so.
They're such cool spots,
Yeah,
wherever that water runs is so cool.
Well, and it's, like I said, it crosses every major street in that part of the valley, and so it's just a natural connector for anybody who wants to walk or hike or bike, you know, along that corridor. And again, you know, the only place in that part of the valley where you can bike is right next to the highway, and
Yeah.
living right on the highway in a high traffic area, we cringe every year because we're sure some little kid's gonna get hit crossing the street, and
Yeah.
so far we've been lucky, but it won't hold out forever.
Well, they prioritize trails that are away from away from transportation.
Right.
And then anything that can connect to our hot area, if we could get that trail down into town, where you could walk down and buy something and walk back up.
Yep.
But
Yeah. And there are
anyway.
just so many places you can do that with that system. I think
Yeah.
it would be a great idea.
I just wanted to float it to you guys so you know that it's something everybody's thinking about. Okay, sorry.
You're good. Do you wanna go through this?
Sure. Okay, everybody have a copy there? Let's see, so defines canal, this is the definition I took from Garden City's canal protection ordinance. It seems to work for them. It does not include the lesser side ditches, so we're just talking about that main canal that is separated from side ditches by head gates. It creates a protective strip, which is 100 feet from the center line of the canal. My understanding is that the canals have, and remind me, Brad, was it 66 feet total or 66
33
from?
feet each side of center
Okay.
line, right?
So the canal has an easement 33 feet from the center line on each side right now. That easement
We claim it anyway.
is already kind of protective, but this extends it out 100 feet from each side. But it does not include land on the uphill side of the canal. And the understanding there from talking to Brad is that there really isn't very high risk of disturbing the canal from construction on the uphill side. Construction, we put that new definition in to broadly include anything where earth is removed, specifically including but not limited to foundations, pools, trampolines. And it does not include small projects such as setting fence posts, planting trees, or other similar activities where a small amount of earth is removed and then later replaced.
So just a note on my copy here, it still has the where earth is removed rather than where any project where excavation occurs, so I don't know.
Earth is
If I got a
removed.
different copy or,
I got the same copy as you got.
okay.
Maybe I'm reading the wrong place. So right here.
Yeah, see, we've still got this,
Okay.
so
I'm
maybe,
sorry, I think I emailed the commissioners after I made that change.
yeah, and that's okay, as
Probably-
long as it's in there.
It will say,
If we're all on the same page,
that is
their
correct.
copy is the one that matters, so as long as we've got that language.
So can you just read that sentence for us, Bill? Construction
Says
means,
construction means any project where excavation occurs.
okay, great, apologize. for
Other
that.
than that, that's great
Okay.
for us.
Then we go to section 3. So understanding right now that you already have an easement 33 out from the center line, both sides. Any construction inside that easement is covered by section 3. Any crossing the canal, such as roads, water lines, telephones, sewer, driveways, bridges, or utilities, requires prior written approval of the canal company. That, I think, is just restating the facts just through their easement. I don't think we need to state that in here, but we're just being duplicative.
So are you going back to 33 feet there, or should that
Yes.
be 100 feet?
So this is section 3 is only addressing within the 33 feet each side.
Oh, okay.
We'll
So,
get to the
yeah,
protected.
Really, the Garden City ordinance is if it crosses the canal, it doesn't matter. The canal company needs to have approval. And this just restates that. So if it crosses the canal, so if there's any construction or they wanna put a bridge or they wanna run sewer, then we need
Private
approval.
driveway, yeah, and I think that's, regardless of this ordinance, I think that's the law for easements. Then you go to B, any project, building, development, or landscaping within 33 feet of the center line of the canal on both sides requires prior written approval of the canal company. Such written approval shall clearly state any conditions upon which the approval is given. And again, where they have a 33-foot easement from the center line, I think that's the law already.
Yeah, state law basically says that unless the canal company approves it, that you can't put a permanent structure within that easement.
So where we go beyond their easement is on section 4, where we talk about protective strip. And here, remember, we're moving 100 feet from the center line on anything except an uphill slope. And here, and this is also something, Garden City does not have section 4. This is more protective than what Garden City has. Before beginning construction in a protective strip, a person must, 1, get approval from the county engineer, and 2, provide the canal company with written notice of the proposed project so that the canal company can weigh in with the engineer and have some feedback. B, the county engineer may, if the engineer deems it necessary, require the person to obtain a full soil engineering report. So the idea of having that be broad is, maybe it's a trampoline that's 95 feet away from the center line on a slope that's 1 degree. Maybe the engineer would look at it and the canal company would say, we're good. But if anybody's iffy about it, the county engineer can require a full soil report. C, the county engineer shall give approval only when satisfied that the proposed construction is unlikely to affect the integrity of the canal bank. And then section 5, the building permit, no building permit may be issued without the approval required by this ordinance being provided to the county. So if they're inside that 100-foot protective zone, that they would have to have something showing that they have buy-off from the county engineer, and that the canal company has been alerted. 6, the standard severability, and then effective date. And that's the ordinance. Fairly short, but I think it does what was asked. Any questions or comments?
Just thank you, this is excellent.
Okay, I would make a motion that we put it on January's agenda for the public hearing prior to.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, moved in second, all in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Can you see that happens, Lisa?
Okay, so you moved to add this as a public hearing in January?
In order to adopt it, we need to have a formal public hearing of the final draft.
I really appreciate the commission doing this. It's gonna save us some headaches.
Too bad it wasn't done before.
Well, I blame myself as much as anybody. I was president of Swan Creek for 10 years and just should have done it then,
I
but
think we all woke up.
Yeah.
We've been getting away, we've been getting along for a long time, but this woke us up, I think.
We all had concerns, but it wasn't until really, those concerns were validated by what happened that's the thing. I mean, we kept warning people, but.
But fortunately, we averted a catastrophe and fixed the problem, and now we just wanna make sure we don't have to fix another.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, we
Your,
appreciate it.
your canal's good, Terry. This is gonna work for the Swan Creek good too.
Yes, perfectly. We haven't got, Swan Creek hasn't got any inside, or the county, the county isn't involved in Swan Creek, but where this ordinance covers, and Swan Creek's already required any development below the canal to pipe it. And actually I had a call from a guy about 2 weeks ago he's gonna build above both canals out there by the end of our ditch, but he wanted to move the Swan Creek ditch up the hill. 75 feet, for whatever reason, I said, no, I said, how can you move a canal up the hill and still have the canal run?
He says, you got a lot of faith to make water run uphill.
Big pump.
And you guys are more than welcome to come over, but we'll have our public hearing, but I think, we've got our final draft here and people can.
I'll be here. I'm interested in the process, and really appreciate you guys taking the time to do this so quickly, so it's the least that I can do to show up and.
Well, we're
Answer any
trying to
questions.
appreciate Ben putting it together for us and
Yeah.
pushing through. So.
Did a
So,
great job.
I have one question real quick. I support this, but how often do you think that, how often do people build close enough that they're gonna need to come get permission from you guys to, you know, that this will affect
More and
them?
more all the
More
time.
often than you think.
What would you guess, like on a yearly basis?
I would say at least 2 or 3 projects a year, a summer. So I've been president 2 years, been on the board for 4 years. The first summer I was president, I get a call from somebody who had, as it turns out, built a sport court right to the edge of the canal. Contractor, guy that's been in Garden City for 40 years, built it, no questions, no contact, no nothing.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of thing that happens. Really nice guy, Doug Pincock, who's the president of the Sweetwater Homeowners Association. They were having a problem with runoff on one of their drives, and so they excavated right through the canal bank and put 2 12-inch diameter ABS pipes through the side of the canal. It's just, people don't know, and once this is here, I think that what I'm going to do is go back to the city and ask them to bring their ordinance in line with the county ordinance, because inside the city, I don't know that this is gonna have the effect that we intend, and they've talked about this, but they haven't done anything with it. What I'm most worried about, honestly, is Sweetwater to the south. That's where most of the construction is taking place. A lot of it's above the canal, but there are still some places that I've been called where people want to build right on the canal bank, and I've had to tell them, sorry, you gotta move your house because you can't build that close to the canal.
Any of them ignore you?
Not yet.
Okay.
The same contractor who did the sport court filled in part of one of my tail ditches. So we've had a discussion about that, but I think that's just somebody who's willingly or willfully not paying attention. But most of them are just people who don't know any better.
Okay.
Out-of-town contractors who just don't understand, you know,
Well,
this ditch runs through here, but it's my property, so I should be able to do anything I want with it.
and certain times of the year it's dry.
Correct.
And they assume because it's got water in it that that's spring runoff, and so they only, you know, it's just a runoff.
It's a temporary thing.
It seems like it's just like been put there, it's not intentional. you
Yeah,
know?
oh, yeah, I don't think it really is for many of them, but, and like I said, the guys in Sweetwater, they look at it like that, it's just an old ditch. Because it doesn't always have water in it, but they don't look to the south for the guy who's got all the water shares and is not getting any water because these people are interrupting the water flow.
Okay.
And there are a lot of ditches that have been abandoned because of pipelines and wheel lines and stuff, but
Yeah.
there's a lot that aren't too,
No,
so.
that's true. And that's another problem, and I don't know how we're gonna deal with that, because as people start to build out south in the flat on the old church farm, the contractors are just destroying laterals willy-nilly, cause they don't know any better, and even when you tell them, it's too late.
Yeah.
You know, they dig a foundation and it goes through somebody's line, and then you got a mad irrigator and a confused contractor.
Do you guys know in the state, or is the county required to provide notice to irrigation companies when a subdivision plat is proposed?
If the irrigation company has interest in that plat.
Right, so if there's a canal that runs through the platted property, okay, make a mental note of that.
I would say that the municipalities, until last year, did not do that.
Right, it's a very difficult thing to remember.
It's right, we actually got added to the list of affected government entities finally in Garden City, because we had so many situations where we found out about it after the plat had been approved and construction had begun and a problem had occurred.
Sure.
So now we're at least getting notification when the plat comes up.
Right.
So that we can say, hey.
I'll give you a call to get an email or an address, and we'll just add you to our list of
That would be
affected
great,
agencies
yeah.
as well.
Thank you.
And you as well, Terry.
Yeah, appreciate it. The first issue I was ever dealt with was Lockwood, when Norm Meekum was the president then. you know, it's Dennis Bullock, trying to get his plats approved, but they did call in the canal companies, and we told them right up front, don't dig against that steep bank, it'll cause problems. And then it went back and forth, but actually we had nothing in place to enforce anything, and the city didn't either. And they let them do it, and now we see their ramifications.
Every spring their driveway becomes a fountain
Yeah.
for about a month.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, I mean, it's been an issue, you know, all off and on for a long time, but if they'd have just listened to the canal companies at that point in time, they wouldn't have had those issues. But there, and I understand there was a lot of ground involved, but it was a lot more headaches than what the ground was worth, I think. So this will be good. Just a question, doesn't the county ordinance supersede the city ordinance anyway?
Not necessarily, no.
City,
It doesn't, huh?
city, or
City has their own ability to have city ordinances. And
they can be more restrictive, but not less.
right?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
That's why it's,
Yeah.
So the city can make something more restrictive,
Yeah.
but they can't make
Make it
right now,
less.
their ordinance is less restrictive. So don't they have to at least,
I think they would.
If there's no ordinance, does it default to the county ordinance?
It does, but where the city has an ordinance, their ordinance still, if it's less restrictive than the county's, they have that right to have it less restrictive.
okay, that was my question.
well, like I said, I think that'll be the next step, is to go back to the city. Because the mayor and some of the town council folks are actually, they've entertained something like this. They just didn't know how to come up with that number, and I think now that you guys have given them an example, I think it'll be a lot easier for them
Yeah.
just to follow that example and say, hey, the county does it, we wanna be in line with the county.
Consistent,
I think so
I
too.
think so.
Okay.
Thanks
thank
again.
you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank
your
you, you guys
time.
are awesome.
Thanks for coming.
Building permits, all right.
Thanks, Steve, guys, give all these.
You too. Thanks a lot. So, now the discussion is the interlocal agreement?
The brag interlocal, yeah. We can turn to that. So, no real action today, just discussion. There is, let's see, did you all get my email on this?
Yes. Check, double check.
And Bill, do you still use that arc aging?
Yes,
Okay. Do you prefer that one or the
either one.
Weecox? Okay. So, the Bear River Association of Governments is an
Good, thank you, appreciate it.
This isn't Bear River Association of Governments. Aren't we talking about mental health and the health department?
Oh, no, we're talking about the brag.
The renewing the interlocal agreement after
Renewing
50 years.
interlocal.
Oh,
They're not
okay.
ready on that one.
All right,
We,
all right,
we had to kick that to next month.
okay.
Which Bragg, we did, our previous Bragg meeting, they did talk to us about, doing this.
Okay, so you have some
Yeah.
awareness that's coming. So the reason why we're looking at this now is just because by statute, interlocal agreements expire after 50 years. Nobody was watching this one, and it expired November of 2023. Not a big deal. It's just kept humming along. But it's a good time to get a new one in place. This is the old one. If anybody wants to see it, I emailed it to all of you.
It looks old. Doesn't it? Look at that.
Yeah.
It is. It's got
Typewriter.
the typewriter. They X'd over some things with just X's that they wanted to change.
You don't want to start from scratch once you get that far in, you know?
Yeah. So, I understand that Cache County was looking at this yesterday, and so I just wanted to put it on your radar. We're trying to get it on for approval on the January meeting, and so I'll get you a finalized copy well in advance of that. We're trying to keep it very similar, not change. The changes are gonna be that it'll be more comprehensive. There's a lot of, what ifs that this old agreement just didn't cover. One of the things, I guess, historically, Rich County has been paying in based on a percentage of total population between 3 counties. And the idea is that we just set that off of the most recent census. So every 10 years that would adjust based on how our percentage changes. I assume, is it fair to say that we'd want to just keep that in place?
Yeah.
And not do anything different? Okay. Other than that,
We're getting a pretty good deal with that, actually.
It seems like a
based on
pretty good deal.
population, yeah.
I think I asked him what we were paying, and it was like 2%.
Yeah, but we still get 3 votes out of the 15, 5 votes out of the 15.
Yeah. So, and I think, does this one still give us 3 votes? Let me check that real quick.
Yeah. Listing the 3 commissioners and then the two mayors.
Governing board. It'd be off the governing board, right?
Yeah.
Each member of the governing board shall have 1 vote.
Shall consist of the, number 5, D.
5.
Sorry, on governing structure. So it's Roman numeral V. Shall consist of the county commissioners of Box Elder, Rich counties, and the county executive and 2 appointed county council members of Cache County. And then 2 appointed mayors from each county.
Okay, so that doesn't change. Okay, that's good. So I don't really have a lot to discuss on this. I mostly just wanted to get any feedback to see if there's anything you want changed. Because this month will be a good time, as the agreement's being formed,
Yeah.
it's a good time to raise any concerns if Rich County has any.
Make any changes, because I think the other 2 counties are ahead of us.
Yeah.
I think it functions great right now how it is. There's never been a time where I'm at Bragg where I wished it would.
Something was different.
Yeah, something was different.
I agree.
Okay.
And the thing, we did redo like how the governing board, the things we wanted different were not related to the interlocal agreement, they're related to the governing board, how it functions, which is
It was
something else.
Maybe some bylaws.
The bylaws, yeah,
Yeah.
which we already fixed that.
Okay. So I'll email you if any other county raises any substantial change, but right now, we're not expecting there to be any big changes.
Cache County, I wanna make some changes.
They will.
Not have the executive on it.
Okay. So it sounds like that's an easy one then.
Okay.
And are you okay if we get that on? We won't need a public hearing, cause you'll just pass it by resolution. But I'll get it on January's to have it signed and passed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we need a motion for that, to put that on the agenda? Either way, I'll make a motion that we put that on the interlocal agreement with Bear River Association of Governments, that we put that on the agenda for next month to pass for your resolution.
Second.
Got that motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries unanimously.
And Ben, are you gonna be here all the way through the budget meeting?
I could be. I was planning to
Take off?
leave just before that, but if you want me here, I can stay.
Well, I wanted to discuss personnel policy, but maybe,
You wanna do it after that?
yeah.
Yeah, I could stay. How long does the budget hearing go?
I don't know. I think it might go pretty quick unless there's a lot of questions.
I'll stick around.
I think people are mostly coming to get information, not to provide feedback.
I'll hang around.
So is that it until public hearing at 12:45?
I think so. 45, yeah, that's all.
So we can take a break now for an hour for lunch and then resume with public hearing at 12:45.
Okay.
You're okay to come back at 12:45
Yeah.
and 1? Okay. Good man, thanks.
Okay, I'll call commission meeting back to order. First item on the agenda is a public hearing. Do I have a motion to go into public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we go into a public hearing for the purpose of talking about Rich County ordinance for building permits and certificates of occupancy. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Ben?
Okay. We talked about this last month. Based on that discussion and looking closely at what Garden City's been doing, that seems to be working for them. I drafted a proposed ordinance for building permits, setting out the process. Do you three have a copy in front of you?
I have the email.
I have it.
I think I do. Yep.
And then, and I got your email. You looked at this one and you were good with it too?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, just a reminder, some of the problems we were trying to plug. People who forego the final inspection and just move in, and then we have no mechanism to ever double back and finish off that loop. And then we wanted to address building permits that linger for years and years. Okay, so first what we did under subsection 2, the construction, alteration, repair, removal, or occupancy of any structure or any part thereof shall not be commenced or proceeded with except after the issuance of a written building permit for the same by the building inspector. An application for a building permit may be obtained at the county treasurer's office. Non-structural repair and maintenance of a structure will not require a permit. That language, I think, all came from Garden City's ordinance. B, the building inspector shall not issue a building permit unless the contemplated project complies with all zoning regulations, county ordinances, and state law, just to catch up. C, the county adopts the building permit fees set out in the International Residential Code applicable at the time of the application. And I had known that before. Every year the IRC puts out a schedule, and it's largely based on. Do you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, it's called the Building Valuation Data, and they update it. It's actually updated every 6 months, but they update the square footage amount based off of like a nationwide number for what it is per square foot. And so when you do a building permit, it's based off of how many square feet the building is, and then you take that number, and then that's how you come up with the valuation. Because valuations on permits are all over the place. They can be anywhere from, you'll get someone that say, I can build this for $200,000, and then you'll get the next guy that comes in that says he can build it for $900,000, and it's the same square footage. And it's hard to, without having a standardized valuation table that you use, then how do you tell that guy that he's not charging correctly and the other guy is maybe being realistic to what it really costs? So that's why that table becomes very important.
So one change in this subsection 2C, our old one, it linked it to a certain year. So like we were using the 2019. Where they change it every 6 months, so we don't want to address this every 6 months. This just makes it clear that we're going off of the IRC schedule that is in effect at the time the application is made. And so in 2025, when they come out, we would go off of that schedule.
Yep. So it falls in line with what the state's adopted codes are. So every year during the legislature, they will either adopt or amend the current codes. And so right now we're on the 2021 International Residential Code, but the 2025 is out already, but very few states have adopted it yet because there's so many things that need to be worked through on it. So just put you in line with adopting the current code rather than having to go back to this meeting each time and saying, okay, we're gonna adopt the next code cycle, or the next code cycle with amendments each year that come in.
Okay. Building permit placards must be posted near the construction area on the owner's property, visible from the nearest road. E, a utility company shall not provide an electrical hookup unless a valid building permit is on file with the county. It is the responsibility of the utility company to verify that a building permit has been issued before providing a hookup for electricity. That came from Garden Cities. It seemed like a good idea because then we should be having 100% of new construction funneled towards us because they can't get hookups without coming for a permit.
And to add on to that, the Rocky Mountain Power Office for Evanston covers our area right here, and they will not hook a meter up to a house until the jurisdiction having authority gives them a meter clearance. This happens a lot, especially on like pivots and stuff, where they'll call and okay, I need you to come and inspect, but you need to get the $50 electrical permit first, and then we'll go out and inspect it and make sure everything's good on it. So already a very standard process, but that's how it makes it so that you don't have people living in structures that are not supposed to be lived in. That's one of the big reasons why controlling that power is important.
Okay. And then we go to section 3, expiration and renewal. The current ordinance, a building permit is valid for 5 years. The commission wanted that tailored back to 18 from the date issued. So that does that. B, a building permit may be extended for an additional 6 months. Renewal requires, number 1, a new inspection by the building inspector, and 2, payment of a $100 renewal fee. A building permit that is expired for 30 days or less, so if they catch themselves within that 30-day expiration window, it can still be renewed with the approval of the building inspector and a $200 renewal fee. A building permit that has expired for between 31 and 90 days can still be renewed with the approval of the building inspector, but with the payment of a $500 renewal fee. So you're tiering up, encouraging people to keep these active. C, a building permit that is expired for over 90 days is considered void. Thereafter, a new building permit must be applied for and will be treated for all purposes, including fees, as a new application. That language, I think, came from what Garden City was doing. And the step-up fees, I believe, I also took from Garden Cities. D, additional 6-month extensions may continue to be granted at the building inspector's discretion. Extensions will be granted where there is evidence of substantial progress towards completion during the prior extension period. The commission wanted to allow people who are slowly self-building a house, that they can just continue forever. There's no cap on this, as long as in every 6-month period they can demonstrate to the building inspector they've made substantial progress. Any questions about section 3? Anything up to this point? Okay. And then section 4 enacts the idea that where with the $2,000 refundable deposit. So here it says, prior to a building permit being issued, an applicant must provide a $2,000 deposit with the treasurer. The deposit will be returned to the person who paid it when 1, the final inspection has been completed, and 2, a certificate of occupancy has been issued, unless forfeited as provided below. C, the deposit will be forfeited in any of the following events. Number 1, the building permit expires, including any allowed renewal periods, without the required inspections being conducted. 2, any person begins to occupy the building prior to obtaining a certificate of occupancy following final inspection. Any questions or
So on that,
aspects?
I guess that's the process we'll have to look at, but on the $2,000 deposit, will that be something that we would hold, or is that something we would deposit and then return?
I'm probably overstepping a little bit, but I would recommend just pausing it and putting it into the account so interest is collected on it, and then give it back to them when they're done after, hopefully hypothetically 18 months. But ultimately I think that's through Jean, how she wants to process it.
Okay. Is there any comments from the public about this? Any online?
No. I'll be interested to see how that $2,000 deposit, I like the idea of a deposit that gets returned upon completion of so they follow through. That $2,000 deposit may be a hindrance to smaller projects, but I guess it's something that we can address if we get feedback that, hey, I'm building a 1,500 square foot property and it's, more than my initial building permit is, but I don't know how you could tie that to the same code value as the permit.
Yeah, that's a good thought.
So, and maybe a text amendment on this a little bit, but I mean, I think this is, the intent of this code is for single family dwellings.
Yeah.
I don't believe that this is in place for, something like a solar permit that we get a lot of solar permits, and I don't. If that project was never completed, is it the same issue as a property that's not getting taxed over a 5-year period because it's not finished?
Yeah, and you bring up a good point where if, $2,000 to a solar project is gonna be something that's easy to forfeit, where $2,000 to a 2,000 square foot home might be more of a sacrifice. So I'm wondering if that initial deposit, and I don't ever wanna advocate for paying more to do something, but if it ought to be tied to like 50% of the value of what the permit was. So like if you're building a 5,000 square foot home and it's gonna cost you $5,600 for a permit, maybe the deposit should be an additional $2,500. So that if you do get a $10 million project, they would be abandoning a lot more by not complying than a single. I don't wanna punish smaller home building, people are building smaller houses. And that's the only thing I guess I didn't even think about that until we were talking about it. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we could pass this and then amend at a later time, or.
We could also, I could make any changes.
Oh, we can
and
make
then-
changes during this public.
Sure, and then we would just put it back on January for signing.
I don't, yeah, that's my only thoughts. I don't know what you guys think.
So do you want to make it more difficult by having to adjust, or do you want to lower the fee?
I want the instead of a singular $2,000 fee that they hold.
Percentage of the.
Yeah, I want it to just be a percentage of the building permit. That way, those that have more risk, the higher value properties would risk more by not completing it.
What would somebody do, like if they were just putting on a one-room addition to their house? They come in, they get a permit.
So right now, for instance, Garden City, right now we have it set up to where if it's under, I'm on the spot a little bit, I think it's 50,000. If it's under $50,000, then it falls into the $500 deposit, which usually falls into like an addition or something small. But yeah,
Would they have to pay the $2,000 deposit under this ordinance?
no, yes, well,
As written, yes,
Yeah.
right now. But we can
I
tweak
think
that
you would
however
have
we want.
nobody they would just not be compliant if that's the case.
yeah, which you don't want. I mean, you want to make sure you're promoting the building permit. I mean, I think it should be very specific to residential and even to commercial. I mean, we want to have commercial, we're going to have storage units going here pretty quick, and it'd be nice to have some skin in the game to make sure they get that finished.
Yeah, but I like the idea that, you're gonna get the money back. It's just to make sure that we follow through all the way to solve your problem of having all these open. But also at the same time, I want them to be able to afford to do it.
Yep.
Even for additions.
So what if you did a proration of anything that's of value of $100,000 and less is $500. Anything 200 and from 100 to 200 is $1,000. From 200 up is $2,000.
Yeah, but if you have a commercial building that's $10 million, you'd probably want their deposit to be a little bigger, but if they're a commercial building, they're gonna follow through because they wanna start getting a return on their investment. I'm just throwing stuff out there. I do like that you've broken it down in code instead of pick your value and it's 1%, because that's can be gamed. I like the idea of it's just based on square footage.
Mitch, do you, on a commercial project, are they establishing some sort of escrow for their improvements to be completed?
Like on a subdivision,
Mhm.
yeah, they are required to submit a bond or financial guarantee of some kind.
Okay, so I think that's something that important to remember there too, is they are putting up some money on it, usually on a fairly decent sized project.
Right, yep.
But
And we don't get very many of those. So.
yeah.
So I like Bill's idea then, to protect the
100,000s.
younger, protect the smaller projects and renovations.
Okay, so if it's $100,000 or less, it would be the deposit.
I just threw out $500.
Which is a discount actually right now, which is fine. And then $200,000, you said another 500, or I mean 100,000 would be.
Okay.
From
And when we say
100,000 to 200,000 would be $1,000.
And
So
then
it
anything
doubles,
else,
and then
Okay.
everything above that's that 2,000.
which most of them will fall into that.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
200,000, there's 1,000.
Yeah, I think
When
that's
we
good.
when we say the value is, are we talking about the cost of the project, the value of the completed?
I
Like
think
again,
you-
if you're putting on a one-room extension, is it how much you're going to?
Well, it's the value that
Based on the square footage of the
he
renovation or the.
establishes that the building permit's established on.
Follow the same code, right? Of the 160 or whatever per square, or whatever it is.
Yeah,
200.
based off of that note right here. Oh wait.
Okay, so if the project is, just so I can write it clearly, if the project is valued at under $100,000, the deposit is $500,
500, yep.
and the value is determined by.
Yeah, so let's clarify one little ripple here that keeps jogging my thoughts. We get a decent amount of permits that are just a one-time electrical or just a one-time inspection. Those probably don't need a deposit. The ones that are, I mean, if it's a $50 permit and they got to pay $500 plus $50, that's going to make it so people really won't do it.
And that's a one-time visit for you anyway.
Yep.
Well,
So-
and they will have to do that, because Rocky Mountain Power, if I've had ice come rip off the connection, and they won't connect you, even if it's the middle of the winter, unless Tyler signs off on it. We
Yep.
don't wanna hold them hostage for $550.
So, I'm going to add language in there, something to the extent of If you could make it like an administrative call based off of what the permit's for, can you add that in there somehow? You're the attorney, not me.
Ugh.
I mean, that's kind of, I don't love leaving it open to interpretation of whoever makes those decisions, but.
Is it just like small repairs? What's
Yeah,
the distinction there? That aren't, no real construction, you're just.
Those don't need it. Cause really, yeah, I mean, the whole intent of this is so that the tax assessor can get these projects
What
finished.
if we said, just throwing something out, what if we said prior to a building permit being issued for a, for
Construction or renovation.
construction or renovation of a home, a building, or commercial structure,
Yeah.
and that way, then you have to pay this.
Yeah, I
But
like
if it's
that.
for anything other than renovation or construction, or is renovation so broad that it would reach the thing we're trying to avoid there?
Mhm.
Well, the utilities
That's-
are
I
what
think that's
require
good.
it, yeah. I don't even know if we need to address utilities, cause it's them that say you need your building inspector to come
Yeah.
out, and so we can just set a price, well, that's $50 for them to come.
Construction.
They just won't turn it back on without it.
I think that talking, let's see, let me just look at the.
If we said prior to a building permit being issued for construction of a residence or other building, and so if you're outside of construction
Construction or
or
renovation.
renovation.
Cause right now, do they need a building permit to renovate?
It's a little of a gray area. Depends on,
Yeah.
How deep to go?
yeah, and if they're changing walls and doing new
Most people are
wires
just
in
gonna do
wall.
it, aren't they?
Wiring or plumbing?
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll just put this back on in January, and we can send it then without a public hearing. Let's add
I'll
one to
send
it.
you this, but I would recommend using the actual language from the IRC that speaks to what, you know, and maybe removing part of this out of it. But that's the point, is to trying to catch it with construct, enlarge, alter, repair, move, demolish, change of occupancy. I'll send you this.
Okay, great, I'll work that in.
Okay.
So one challenge before this, I would just, Tyler, as we go into, as we watch how this plays out, the whole idea of a fee is to cover the costs. So I wanna make sure that we're not making money on a building, you know?
Yeah.
But if we find that we're like, hey, we're making a ton of money on these building permits, we need to lower that.
The deposit.
Yeah, or the fee in
Yeah,
general, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say right now, I don't get into your budgets and all that. I don't know the general fund. I'm not following it, so you're very, very fair on building permit fees, like extremely.
Yeah, which it's been fine because it's
Yeah.
always covered your cost, right? And that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other, do you have anything more on that, Ben?
Not for me. Any other questions or thoughts we can answer?
Any more questions from the public?
Move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Moving second, public hearing be closed. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carried, unanimous.
It's our 501.
So we're gonna lean.
Oh, here it is.
Move
Our
to
501.
open the public hearing for short-term rental agreements.
Okay, second that.
Moving second, do we open the next public hearing? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thanks, Tyler.
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Here's a,
Motion carries.
there's a letter about this.
Okay. Trying to find the right one here.
Bill, here's a letter.
Oops.
We opened the public hearing, right?
Yep,
Okay.
we're good. Want to take this one, Ben?
Sure. Okay, so this also we discussed last month, I believe, tweaking our county short-term rental ordinance. Several concerns were brought up. Let's see. One, and chime in whenever you'd like here.
Okay.
One was on the fees that we're charging. That we were not covering costs. So we had been charging an application fee of $250 and $150 annual renewal. Do you know what Garden City was charging?
I believe it's $12.50, but I don't know that for positive.
And what about renewal?
Just a little bit less than that.
Okay. And so this, the idea was then to go up to an application fee of $1,000, which would still be less than Garden City.
Yeah.
And a renewal fee of $600, with the idea of getting closer to having this be self-sustaining. So you see that on section 7. That's a big change. Another change, if you go to section 8, subpart D. Let's see. Sorry, just one second. Okay, I'll skip through that, sorry. Let's go to section 15 instead. 15 is about enforcement and violations. Previously, one difficulty we had in enforcement is trying to track down the actual address of the owner. This changes so that the violation will be mailed to the address on file with the county for tax notices, so that we don't have to hunt them down anymore. It's their obligation to keep that address on file with the county or to a property management company if they have one. Penalties under section 16. Or 17. 17 goes to a violation penalty that is $300 per day, that is assessed civilly, and that the application cannot be processed until the owner has cleared all outstanding fines and remedied all notice violations. Is that, you want to talk about that?
Yeah. So what we find is that the enforcement component of our ordinance was a little bit sluggish. We would send violators to the prosecutor's office. It takes quite a while to get the court system. And it seemed to make more sense to follow what Garden City has done, which identifies a penalty for each day that they are not in compliance. That also helps it so that they're not out there just not getting a permit whatsoever. Our fees or our penalties are quite a bit less than Garden City's, which are closer to $700 per day. We're hoping that this will bring people into compliance a little bit quicker through a financial penalty as opposed to the misdemeanor which was originally in place. Most of these changes that we're suggesting are, to help the process move more smoothly within my office, so it's not bogging down. So I don't have people, requesting a renewal in August, September, and October. We're suggesting they'll receive a letter in December, 1st of January, and the renewal time is from January to March. That's plenty of time to have gotten all your renewal information back to the office. And then to discourage them from dragging that out for too terribly long. So.
Yeah. And then that big change, right, like Mitch said, our enforcement has always to date been, it goes to as a criminal action in the justice court, where ultimately you pay a fine of $600 if you're convicted. It just seems slow. This one just sets administrative penalties, which you have to clear before your license can be renewed. So it's more of a civil administrative issue that Mitch can handle on his side. And then ultimately, if someone doesn't clear them or is just operating without a short-term rental license, it still remains a Class C misdemeanor, and so you still have a criminal remedy. But the idea is we would lead instead with the administrative remedy first. And then lastly, as we talked about, state statute has changed so that it says that counties and cities can't have an ordinance that allows prosecution based solely on someone advertising a short-term rental without a license. And so we just clarify in here that we will not pursue enforcement based solely on that. It has to have some evidence they actually are renting the short-term rental. And I think that covers all of the changes that we've made. Any questions or things we can discuss today?
So we do have one letter. I'm not sure if it's appropriate. It's from Kathy and Paul Webb. I'm just going to read it. Is that okay? It says, I'm writing to express concerns regarding this proposed increase in short-term rental fees from a couple $100 to nearly $1,000. The significant sudden increase is quite shocking to short-term rental owners. While I understand the need for the county to cover costs associated with managing short-term rentals, such a substantial one-time increase is challenging for many to accommodate. If the proposed fee increase is indeed justified by the actual costs incurred by the county, I would like to suggest exploring ways to reduce these management costs. I believe it's essential to strike a balance between covering necessary costs and ensuring short-term rental owners can continue to operate without facing prohibitive expenses. I would greatly appreciate the county consider alternative solutions or more gradual increase in fees. I told them I would read that.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the public about short-term rental fees?
So I'm going to go on record and say I don't like this ordinance. I don't like I don't like how it feels like we're stomping on private property rights. I understand that the county has increased costs, but it almost feels like the ordinance is self-serving. It's set up to enforce compliance, and then it's like a circle. You don't comply, we'll fine you to comply. But really, the problem is it doesn't address the problems of short-term rentals, which is increased trash, and it doesn't really help deal with increased enforcement or things like that. It just lets us know where they are. But even at this moment, I mean, Airbnb and VRBO are going to collect those taxes regardless of whether they're licensed or not. That's just to use those platforms, you have to pay their fee, and you have to pay the transient room tax. Now, that doesn't stop people from renting cash only, but they can do that anyway, even with VRBO and Verbo, I should say, and Airbnb. So I don't like it, but I'm willing to, you know, motion for a vote on it, but at this moment, I think I'd probably vote against changing it.
And I might say what started this was, we wanted to try and lump a time frame of when the permits were sent in, because Mitch is working on them
All year long.
All year long.
Garden
They're
City just
trickling
does in
in.
January.
And so Mitch is trying to, that's what put through it in the wheelbarrow to begin with, is to try and get it to where they start in January and they're due by March or something, so that he's not constantly dealing with it all through the year.
And this is the first revision we've made in the 7 years we've had the ordinance. You know, Garden City makes pretty regular changes to theirs. I'm sure we'll catch up to them at some point. But we also have a lot fewer short-term rentals as well, so I don't think we need to be that heavy-handed. But again,
And we can back off.
Well, to be honest, I probably would not have voted for the initial short-term rental ordinance. But that's just always been me. We get the economic benefit from them, regardless of whether there's an ordinance, and we get the economic burden from them, whether there's an ordinance or not. And I don't know if what we collect, like you said, Mitch, before, I don't know if it even outweighs what we're paying for a program that we hardly ever use for enforcement. So I don't know. I guess I would look for more feedback from the public. And it's not to say that I couldn't be persuaded, and if these guys are for it, that's fine too.
Well, there's gotta be some type of a structure. I mean, that's the thing, you gotta have an ordinance of some kind. You say you wouldn't have voted for the ordinance that we have right now, well, what kind of a structure do we have? I mean, everybody needs to know what the rules are, so it's all fair to everybody that obeys and does and goes through the process, as well as consequences, those who do not wanna participate. So somewhere along the line, there has to be some structure. As far as the fees go, we can set the fees whatever we want, but there's gotta be an ordinance that has some structure to it.
Okay, so what I would propose then, because I don't disagree with you, is that we, instead of doing a base $1,000 fee, whether you're renting to 65 people or 4, we base it on, we have them choose, how many people are you putting in your rental? And then you base it upon that. I don't know what that would look like, but somebody who's gonna rent a 8-person townhome should not be paying the same as a 95-person lodge. Because the costs are just not gonna be the same to administer those two projects, if that makes sense. That's my thoughts. I'm willing to be challenged on them, but.
Well, we're still in public hearing. Public wanna make some comments?
I do. My dealings with short-term rentals, the biggest abuse I see is like the services that the county have to do. So like big ones, there's some big ones up on Sweetwater Hill, there's some big ones in Garden City. John has a pretty big one. Their sanitation, they get charged the same, pretty much the same. Sweetwater Hill, you pay for one garbage can. Every house pays for one garbage can, which is, and that short-term rentals are using a lot more than one garbage can. And I don't know if you've adjusted that since I was involved, but it was, that's my biggest. I used to be against short-term rentals. I'm for them now. I think they're a good thing for the county, but I think there's they get away with the services, especially sanitation. They cause a huge impact on sanitation. I think the county needs to really look at it and adjust somehow.
Okay. Thank you. I agree. Mark, what you thinking?
is increased fees. I can't remember the exact formula for sanitation if you are a registered short-term rental. That occurred a couple of years ago. The increase in the administration fees, I just hope it's going against administration costs. I agree with John on the fact that it's punitive if you have a one-bedroom condo versus 100-person lodge, just based on simple economics. It probably doesn't cost much different to administer that, but it's tough for someone that's collecting, 20, or probably hoping to get $1,500 to $2,000 of income a year on a small unit versus someone that's hoping to collect a couple, close to $100,000 on a larger unit. So economically that is harder, but I think Mitch would, I would assume you gotta fill out the same forms and you gotta go through all that same process on administration, but, we saw that in Garden City, and, there's some kickback going on. People are second guessing whether they wanna be in this market, cause this year, the last 2 years have been down across the board. We just have greater occupancy, which is part of the free market playing itself out. People thought it was easy to throw a unit in and make a lot of money, and I'm all for the free market weeding some of this out that maybe shouldn't be here. But they're running businesses, and it's a cost of business, and they need to understand that. If they don't like it, they should be here. I'm here trying to just provide information to our chamber members and others that are in this business, that these fees are coming your way, and better run it into your budgets as you look for what you hope to make this year, and hopefully you can cover your debt if you have debt on the properties. But again, that's all independent to them. You look at your budget and there's a lot of dollars that come in. I look at it, it's your second largest line item for revenue that comes into this county, at least on this revenue piece, and it is helping cover sanitation, at least from what I see, $250,000 going towards it to help with your sanitation needs. It's helping cover, fairgrounds, emergency services, tourism projects, funding all of what county does, and so it's a significant impact and revenue source for us here. But I'm just rambling now, so I would suggest you tier it. That's my only comment on size. There needs to be a basic cost analysis of what truly does it cost us to administer a renewal process of a unit, and if that's what it comes up, $600 on an annual basis, then great. That's what we do.
Okay, thank you. Dallas?
I would agree with kind of what's been said here. Tiered structure makes a lot of sense to me. The impact of something that's a 4-person unit versus something that's a 60-person unit, those are completely different. And it puts a lot of stress on all the services, from water to sanity, everything.
Well, again, these are administrative fees to deal with the renewal process as well as just the compliance issues that we have. The impacts, I don't mean to cut you off, but that's a whole different discussion of how you use the overall lines coming out, but the law allows you to do so. Sorry to cut you off.
No, it's all good.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts, questions? Anything on there, John?
Nothing on here.
Hey, Sim.
Yeah.
Based off of what Mark said, I did just have a thought. It seems like if what we want are larger homes being used for short-term rentals, this will help encourage that. And if we want fewer, small properties that are short-term rentals, this will eliminate that. So it kind of just, like you're saying, like the tier thing makes more sense. Otherwise, you'll basically just see the short-term rental sizes get bigger and bigger and bigger. Putting on my firefighter hat, I don't like that. these homes, you know, that are 10,000 square feet and sleep 90 people scare me. But that's just my thought.
Good, that's a good thought. Good point.
And I'm sorry, but to that point, I mean, we run some one-bedroom units as well as a 100-room facility, and that's dead on. And there is a demand and a need for just smaller properties across the complex. And there's a lot of inventory in that right now that would help promote just smaller families coming versus just the large, which I think is more adapt to us building a year-round economy in the visitation of winter, because it's very few family reunions and large groups that are coming in the non-summer months. It's more of one-off families that we're trying to attract, and smaller couples and other things that are coming into our inventory and spending dollars in our restaurants and recreation services. So.
Okay. Thank you. Alrighty, any last chance, any other comments?
So can we explore a tiered published bracket that we agree on, and then put that up for public notice, and then vote on this again?
We could do that in January.
Yeah, I like the idea of being able to collect more from big properties and allow smaller properties easier access while being compliant. But we could call for a vote now too, if you guys would like, and amend it.
I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Move, second, that the public hearing be closed. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous.
I make a motion that we go back and look at the tiered approach based on occupancy and square footage, and come back with a proposal of a tiered, layered for applications as well as from the renewals.
I second that.
Okay, that's the motion. And a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Can you do that for us, Ben?
Sure. So just to be clear, you want it on January for further public hearing?
Do we need a public hearing or not?
Yeah, I think you would need a public hearing.
Okay.
So I'll notice it up for further public hearing in January.
Okay.
That'll only give you a small time frame to get that ready. Do you have enough time?
Yeah, I'll get it to you fast.
Okay. Thank you.
Does the commission have any like guidance on
I have no clue where to start.
what's big, what's little?
If you went on a per person basis, even at $30 per person, it would really structure it much differently and make it more equitable for the small owners and make it more expensive for the large owners.
Per person?
Per person's probably a good idea.
And then that's easy for me to calculate too, when their application comes in and Tyler has done the inspection, he shows that it allows, 47 people based on the square footage. And we identify that on the application, that I just have to check the fees that have come in for it.
Okay.
And if you have any questions, Mitch would be a good one to contact too.
Okay. All right, I'll get that back in January. Those are all good thoughts.
Okay. All right.
Move to open the public hearing for the ordinance regulating applications to develop single-family duplex and townhome subdivisions.
Second.
Okay, moving seconded that we go into public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, Ben?
Okay, we talked about this one, you'll remember, last month. What happened, historically, anytime there's any kind of subdivision at all, even a small, two-lot subdivision, it would go through our planning and zoning committee and trigger public comments and meetings and the whole process through planning and zoning. The Utah State Legislature, to, I guess, spur more houses, but it, I'll leave out my own thoughts about this. But they required all counties and cities to pass this ordinance by the end of this year. And it's a real strong arm. They give very little discretion on what how counties are going to have it be. So we took the comments from our last meeting. Mitch and I had a meeting with the attorney that UAC appointed to gear up on this, and this is the proposal that we have in front of us. Does everybody have a copy of this, of the proposed ordinance? Okay. I'll just walk through. Before I walk through, big picture, what it does is it takes out certain subdivisions, so they're no longer going through planning and zoning. Instead, they're just being administratively handled by someone who's appointed by the county, who's designated to be, and the title of the person is the administrative authority. And this person or persons will just quickly, it does not require a public hearing. If we want to have a public hearing, it allows just one, and there are tight deadlines that have to be met, deadlines that you could never meet if you had to abide by the public meeting requirements. So it's just a fast administrative thing. And let me just walk through, starting with section 2. So this ordinance is to streamline the process for obtaining approval for single-family, two-family, and townhome subdivisions. So those are the subdivisions we're talking about. Section 3, the ordinance applies to subdivisions for single-family dwellings, two-family dwellings, or townhomes. The ordinance applies only to areas already zoned residential. If you're needing to redo the zoning, that still has to go through planning and zoning. The ordinance does not apply to land use regulations adopted, approved, or agreed upon by the county commission exercising land use authority in the review of land use applications for zoning or their land use regulation approvals. And then this next one is a big one. Some of the small discretion that the state gave to counties is that they could deem certain areas to be, quote, sensitive areas that the ordinance does not apply to. We consulted with our UAC attorney. He saw no issue if the county wanted to deem lakeshore property to be a sensitive area. I think historically we have always required a conditional use permit on any lakeshore properties. And so here, if the commission opts to deem lakeshore properties sensitive areas, we can exempt them out from this ordinance, meaning that those subdivisions will still go to planning and zoning. And I think historically we've considered those to be sensitive because of the
direct distance and access to the lake.
Yeah, sewage and the so this paragraph right here at the bottom of section 3 determines that property adjacent to Bear Lake is deemed a sensitive area.
But those upland, like let's say upland of the road, then those would not be considered sensitive.
Yeah.
And they would fall under this.
We're not requiring a CUP for uplands. Right. Okay.
And there already is the distances set out, kind of.
For like sewer, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the lake.
Yeah. Let's skip to section 5. Designation of administrative authority. This is another area where counties are given a little bit of discretion. It can be one person for the planning, for the administrative authority. It can be a committee, it can be multiple persons, it just can't be any part of the county commission, or for some reason, it can't be the planning commission. But it can be one or more persons. And so here, I tried to write section 5 to give the commission as much leeway as we can. And it says, Rich County hereby designates the planning administrator, who currently is Mitch Paulson, to review and approve preliminary subdivision applications. Rich County hereby designates the planning administrator to review and approve final subdivision applications. The county commission may appoint others to form a committee with the planning administrator to act together as the administrative authority. So it gives you the authority to appoint at any time up to a committee, but the default would be just the planning administrator.
But this gives the what do they call it, administrative authority?
Administrative authority.
Pretty broad power to approve things, right?
The person is not supposed to have, like, planning and zoning has a lot of discretionary power, right? They can, they can negotiate with you here and there. They can grant variances, and what's intended here is that Mitch would be, or the administrative authority is just really checking boxes. We require you to be, your road to be X number of feet. Are you? Yes. We require this, is that right? Yes. And so it's just a quick administrative review where the administrative authority has really no discretion. It's purely administrative. Are they complying with the ordinances? Are they not complying with the ordinances?
And it seems to me that much of that would fall in the lap of the county engineer. Because once I receive a plat, I would ship it off to him, and he is the one that would submit to me.
You can have anybody help you that you want, but the ultimate person who just goes through and says, is your road gonna be this wide?
Mm-hmm.
Is your sewage gonna meet our ordinance, yes or no? That person really has no discretion.
Right.
And this was passed to speed up the process of these things getting held up in these planning and zoning.
Yeah.
Years ago at planning conferences, they talked a lot about form-based code, and I would suspect that this is kind of the poster child of that, where form-based code, in a subdivision, oftentimes you have all your ordinances already in place, like the width of your road, the depth of the gravel, things like that. So it's like check. Why? And I think the question back then was, why are we taking to planning and zoning if we have such a strong administrative safeguard in place with these rules and regulations the counties have already adopted? That's my suspicion.
Yeah. 6 is the pre-application process. We have no discretion here. If an applicant requests a pre-application meeting, the county shall, and by the county that would be our planning administrator, within 15 business days after the request, schedule that meeting to review the concept plan and give initial feedback. The initial feedback is not binding on the county, it's just to be helpful. At a pre-application meeting, the planning administrator or designated staff shall provide or make publicly available the following: copies of applicable land use regulations, complete list of standards required for the project, preliminary and final application checklists, and feedback on the concept plan. So essentially at that pre-application meeting, you would provide them a copy or point them to any ordinances that are going to affect their plan.
And that plan's available for the public to come look at? Or it says makes
No.
publicly available?
Well, we have to provide to the applicant or make publicly available. So maybe Mitch would say,
There's a box over there on the website.
you're going
Yeah.
to need to follow our
Yeah.
road ordinance, which is on the website, and point him to it.
Can't hide it from them to stall them.
Yeah, so the idea is they leave that meeting with Mitch and they know everything that they need to comply and have some initial feedback from Mitch on the concept. And then we come back for the preliminary application process, section 7, which is the second meeting. The application for preliminary subdivision applications and materials can be found at the Rich County Planning and Development Office. An application shall include, number 1, the owner's affidavit, 2, an electronic copy of all plans in PDF format, 3, the preliminary subdivision plat drawings, and 4, a breakdown of fees due upon application. B, the administrative authority may complete a preliminary subdivision application review in a public meeting or at a county staff level. And that's where you can draw in the engineer, the fire marshal, whoever you want. The administrative authority can, if deemed helpful, okay, so this is one more area where we have discretion. We can require no meetings, or we can require one meeting, a public hearing. And so here I wrote it to give as much flexibility as possible. And here it says the administrative authority can, if deemed helpful, choose to hold a public hearing. If the administrative authority holds a public meeting for the preliminary subdivision application under this section, the administrative authority may receive public comment and may hold no more than one public hearing. So that's the max set by statute.
As you talked with, or maybe even interfaced with other attorneys on this, is there a threshold that others are looking at for what triggers that public hearing?
My understanding is that most counties are foregoing the public hearing.
That's what I'm seeing.
But this allows it if
we need to.
deemed helpful.
Okay.
We go to subsection C. Again, no discretion on C or D. No later than 30 business days after the day on which an applicant submits a complete application, the county shall complete a review of the applicant's preliminary subdivision land use application for residential subdivisions or single-family dwellings, two-family dwellings, or townhomes, including subdivision improvement plans. That 30 days is the tight turnaround. D, in reviewing the preliminary subdivision land use application, the county may require, number 1, additional information relating to an applicant's plans to ensure compliance with county ordinances and approved standards and specifications for construction of public improvements, and 2, modifications to plans that do not meet current ordinances, applicable standards or specifications, and do not contain complete information. Let's skip down to 8, the final application process. It requires us to have the applications and materials. Here we will have them on our website and on at the county planning and development office where they currently are, right? A subdivision improvement plan is required to be submitted with the final subdivision application no later than 40 business days after the day on which an applicant submits the complete application. The county shall complete a review of the applicant's final subdivision land use application. In reviewing the final subdivision land use application, the county may require additional information or modifications that do not meet current ordinances, applicable standards, or specifications. Let's skip to 9. No discretion in 9. Maybe I won't review all of 9 unless you want me to, but 9 is set up by statute. It just governs that tight review cycle. 10 is for appeals. No discretion in 10. 11, approval of the final subdivision application. No discretion in 11. So it really allows the subdivider, even in an incredibly, you could build a 10,000 home subdivision, and if it's outside of a sensitive area, Mitch handles it. Which is, but it's the way.
So is there a default as to what goes to planning and zoning and what does not then?
Any subdivision of any size, from 2 homes to 10,000, if it's outside of a sensitive area, will go to Mitch. If it involves a residential, townhome, or duplex, and if it's zoned residential.
So, just for my sake, is this gonna affect towns too? Are they gonna have to adopt a similar?
They have to adapt.
So it's an
enact the
attack
same
on
law.
like planning and zoning commissions, it seems
It's a statewide attack on small government. Yeah.
We do have a lot of developers at the legislation.
Like Lake Town don't even allow townhomes.
So if they don't allow townhomes,
Well, it doesn't
this
matter.
doesn't require them to do it.
So zoning is the best way to protect yourself in this situation.
Zoning and ordinances that you put in place, it really is an attack on planning and zoning. And so,
Yeah, because they deal with everything else.
you assemble this team of like experts on subdivisions and then we forbid them from looking at this.
Yeah.
And forbid them from denying things as long as which is how it should be. I mean, you don't want the government to get in your way if you're following all the rules. But it seems a little fast. From 40 days from the beginning of the application, 40 business days, it has to either be approved or it's automatically approved.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's odd too. I mean, you have some land use things that have some judgment. Maybe they use the word reasonable, like you have reasonable accommodation for fire trucks or something. And historically, planning and zoning has determined with the applicant what's reasonable here, give and take. And here, we probably need to look at our ordinances and make sure that they're ones that an administrative officer can handle.
Yeah.
Or look at your zoning and see if that's where you want subdivisions. Because right now, we're pretty wide open in that respect as well.
Okay. But SB 174 says we have to do this.
Has to be passed by January 1st.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any comments? Now he has that read, so we all understand it.
It's also really poorly written, and the county attorney that UAC hired, when pressed, he doesn't understand this because it's horribly written, and but it is mandatory.
It's probably ChatGPT that wrote it.
It's really bad.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion to close the public hearing. Second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Alrighty.
Well, since we have to do it, I'll make the motion that we pass this ordinance. Ordinance 0/24-2, Rich County ordinance regulating single family, two-family, and townhome subdivisions.
And duplex.
And duplex, fourplex.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor say aye.
I vote yes.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We need a verbal count.
I vote yes.
Aye.
Okay. Against our better judgment.
Good luck, Mitch.
Well, thank you.
Okay.
Mitch, will you take a look and see if there are immediate areas where you're like, we may need to address zoning and
I know two right off the bat,
Okay.
sewer and zoning.
let's talk about them.
Because of the lake. Yeah. Okay. Another motion for a public hearing.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we go into public hearing discussing the 2025 budget.
Second.
I'll excuse myself.
I'm gonna step away from the table too.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thanks for your help.
Thanks, guys.
Motion to go into public hearing regarding our budget. Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Sorry, who moved?
John in the second from Bill. Okay. What do you want to do first? Want to go over this thing first?
Probably just see if there are any initial questions.
Oh, yeah, we gotta do that, we can't do this in public.
Yeah, public comment.
Right.
Close it.
Okay. Is there any public comment about the budget?
Can I come up?
You betcha, come on, Tammy. If you will, when you talk, if you'd state your name and.
Tammy Linhart, Bear Lake Convention and Visitors Bureau. So I just have one question where it has restaurant and TRT. So I went down and I checked all of the boxes except for this one right here, says 250 instead of 50.
Yeah, we added 200,000 there.
So you added it from the general fund?
No, we added it from the fund surplus. Restricted.
From the overage?
Restricted account.
Perfect.
Okay, that's where that came from.
Perfect, thank you.
And I believe in revenues, it should show that.
Okay. That's it. And then one other question, is it the company or the other company?
The software.
I think we just put Room Tracker.
We haven't made that decision. We've got it budgeted, but we've still got to fight that decision out as to which one we use, as to whether we're gonna renew a contract or whether we're going to go with a new provider. But we allocated that amount for the contract.
Okay,
Just generically, yeah.
all right. Is there a time frame that I would know? Only because I would like to start it the first of the year, if possible.
Yeah.
We still have a contract with our present provider though, so we need to give them at least 30 to 60 days notice. We're not going to renew with them.
Okay. And I totally understand that. In 5 years, nothing has changed. So this is why I have proposed this. It's easy because the company is in Bear Lake. And if something is not working, I can go right to the doorstep. So just to let you know that. I will need to know probably as soon as possible so that we can.
Yeah.
Because I do not want it to go over 30 days if we're not going to renew it, and then have nothing be done with GovOS.
I think we can get back to you pretty quick. It's just something we haven't thought about as much based on everything else that
Okay.
we were doing.
Perfect.
But we'll get back to you fast.
Okay.
Within a few days.
Then everything else on my budget looks good. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Okay, anything else? Anyone else? Comments? Go ahead.
My name's Dan Larson. I'm a full-time resident, business owner, a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Been a property owner for over 20 years. And I'm here to advocate on behalf of the Sheriff's Office, even though I've never met Sheriff Stacy before, for additional funding. The reason for that is because I read Deputy Wilmore's statement explaining how shorthanded they are, underfunded, their low wages, and how it's hard to recruit and retain deputies. And as I said, I've lived here for 20 years, or not lived here full-time for 20 years, but I'm a full-time resident for the last 5 years. And I saw the article and the statement that to raise the budget, to be able to raise the wages for our deputies that protect our homes and our businesses, it would increase the budget by 50%. And it's been a long time since I had 4th grade math, but it's 50% of what? What's the numerator and the denominator? So I looked at my taxes, and I can see that, my property tax statement, only 10% of my property tax statement goes to the county general budget. So it's a small percentage of my property taxes. Most of it, of course, goes to schools, over 7%. And I look at the county budget today, which I hadn't seen until now, and I can see that the sheriff's budget is less than 10% of the general fund, which is, I think, actually a pretty good deal, and it's less than $1 million, at least unless you add up other items that are on here. And so to say that this is gonna be a 50% increase in taxes seems to be a scare tactic to avoid help or funding the sheriff's office, because it makes it sound like my property taxes are gonna go up 50%. And that's not true. My property taxes would go up, I think I only pay like $150, $170 a month or a year for property taxes to the general fund. And so, and only 10% of that goes to the sheriff's office. So 50% of the sheriff's office budget would be $50. Or not even $50, it'd be $10. So I know that you all know how shorthanded they are, and they and I know some of the deputies, because I've met them over the years, and how they run shifts that I think are impossible, and I don't know how they can cover such a wide geographic area and how to be able to have response times like they do, but they're always there, and they get called out day and night, for even, and pulled away from their families, and they could be making money, by just going across the border, working for a different agency. And I think that, the property values in Bear Lake community have gone up, exponentially in the last few years. And, the county is in the process of reassessing properties as they should for proper market value. And by reassessing those properties at higher market value, that should be bringing in more revenue to the county, which I know mine is gonna get reassessed this year. And I'm happy with that. I'm fine with that. Fair market value is fine. Paying my property taxes is fine. But I'd like to see some of that additional money that's being brought into the county, hopefully, through additional property taxes, to be able to fund more sheriff's deputies, to be able to cover, the geographic area, and to be able to recruit and retain the ones that we have. And I feel strongly about it. I came all the way here today. I've never been to the county commission meeting before. I know John Lee from Dot Bar, but I've never met either one of you, Mr. Cox and Mr. Weston. But I, heard a lot about you, and I'm just pleading that we give them some consideration to be able to have enough law enforcement coverage in this county so that when we have that rush in the summer and all the tourists in town and things are going crazy from one side of the county to the other, they don't have to do a cross-county, chase with the red lights on to get to the other side because somebody's really having an emergency. And I think it's just a matter of time until an incident happens where the response time was slow that it might, cause further complications that wouldn't have happened if we had better coverage.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we've been working tirelessly for the last 2 or 3 weeks trying to fix this out, so thanks for your comment. Anything else?
Well, now really important time to ask about what the plan is for the wages and extra deputies that we've been talking about since September.
Yes, we'll let Bill talk to you about it, and then maybe add to it.
Well, so as we've looked through what we can financially sustain, I guess is the best way to put it. Our proposal in this budget is to raise the deputies to $5 an hour, a $5 an hour raise. It also includes, this budget also will include, it does not include any new deputies at this point. We're still in negotiation with the school. The big overall thing was we needed 2 new deputies to put in as SRO officers, and as we've talked to the school district about that, they're not so sure that that's the direction that they want to go. We had to start somewhere, Brian. I'm just going to tell you, as far as scare tactics, it's not a scare tactic. If we'd have funded what they asked, which was a $10 an hour raise, and also 4 new deputies, which they were talking about at the beginning, or even 2 new deputies, we're talking $665,000. So if you look at the overall property taxes, that's, in order to generate that much more money to put into general fund to fund them, they do not bring revenue in to offset the costs of what they do. Sanitation, for example, we charge fees to pick up the garbage. The deputies, they keep the peace, there's some fines, but it doesn't even come close. So if you add of what it costs to run the sheriff's department, and it's not supposed to. So what we've looked at is a couple of different things. We've tapped in pretty heavily into the transient room money to help offset those costs of giving them a $5 an hour raise. We've also are looking into a couple of different options with some sales tax that would generate some money that would be basically borne by everyone who participates in the summer and pays sales tax. So those are some pockets that we've tapped into. It's not that easier. You can't just raise, it basically takes 18 months to raise taxes. So it's not a matter of gee, let's just raise property taxes by 50% or whatever. And that's the thing, you can't look at your tax notice and say, wow, my taxes are gonna go up. You gotta look at the general fund, which, you pointed out. It's a pretty small amount compared to what your whole tax bill is. In the future, to add, future people, deputies and those, it takes about $160,000 to $170,000 between a deputy and his equipment and those kind of things. So every one you add, you literally gotta look, let's just say 50,000, you put 2 new deputies on, that's 300,000. So that money's gotta come from somewhere. And is it gonna come from property tax? It very well may be, but it won't be for this year because of the process that the taxes would have to be raised next year in order to be able to be budgeted for 2026. So that's kind of where we're at with that. We've tried to do some improvements with improved wages across the whole county. Our wages are lower than some other places, and so we're trying to come into into a category where it's attractive enough for people to come. So it wasn't what Deputy Wilmore wanted, a $10 an hour raise for everybody and 4 new deputies. No, it wasn't that. But we've made a step in trying to fund a pretty good increase, at least a 50% increase of what was requested. As far as the new deputies go, we're still working with the school on that. And also, I will say that we're working really hard with the legislature. If you look at the governor's budget, one of the conversations we've had over the last literally 90 days is if you were going to require us to put these resource officers in the school, and which, it's all about school safety, but if you're going to require that, you can't put the burden on these small counties with the taxpayers. You're going to have to help out as a state and provide some funds to help those school districts with resources to help provide those officers within the schools. And so hopefully he's got a pretty good amount of money in his budget, and hopefully we can work with the legislature and get some funding so that we can continue to look at that process and bringing more deputies on, as well as some increasing some wages. But you can't do it on a 1-year grant. It's got to be a sustaining source of funding to continue on. So next year, that money's already there to continue to pay on for the wages and benefits for deputies. I guess that's a short and a long answer to things. No, we didn't get funded what Brian requested, but we did what we felt like we could afford at this point in time with moving some money around, and also looking at some other possibilities for some funding to help for the ongoing costs of that.
And who at the school is telling you they don't wanna go with school resource officers because Brian.
Superintendent.
Well, 3 weeks ago, I sat down with him and their school security liaison, and they both said that they want school security or school resource officers in there.
That's not what they're telling us. They're telling us they wanna go with the Guardian program, Brian.
Okay, well,
Well, maybe we ought to sit down and get in the same room.
that would be great.
I think so
Been
too.
trying to do that since September, cause I've sat down and talked to them, I've reached out to every one of you guys to try and figure out how to do this before looking at raising property taxes. So is the county still going with Hoffman Insurance?
No, we're not, actually.
So that 14% savings, where's that money gonna go?
What 14% savings?
Well, Hoffman Insurance was gonna increase their rates 18%.
18%, yeah.
They even
So we
said
put
that-
it, so we put it out to bid, and we've got it lower than the 18%.
It's still a 4.5% increase,
Okay.
so there's no savings. We're still having to come up with another 4.5%. You know, we went from health insurance overall cost us $550,000 now to $640,000. It's still quite a burden, and it's a scam. It feels like a scam. I hate it, but there wasn't a savings. You know, we didn't get a discount. We just got a lesser increase by shopping it out, if that makes sense. And a $5 increase is not insubstantial. That's, you know, for a full-time employee that never works overtime, that's a $10,000 a year raise. That's a nearly $500 every paycheck. It's enough that it's noticeable, and in fact I think it's I'm pretty aggressive as far as like wanting to give raises, and I can say these guys were too, but $5 an hour is a big win at this moment. The rest of the county employees are getting a $3 an hour. This is the first time that we've separated law enforcement and everywhere else. And so you advocating did help us to come to that. This gets us closer, and I think Bill's alluding to this. This isn't the final step, but it's something that we can afford without going into the hole, while still starting to work all those mechanisms for increasing taxes. The sales tax that we're hoping that will contribute towards emergency services is huge. But I will tell you, probably even more so than Bill and Sim, just so that they're not the only ones thrown under the bus, when it comes to raising property taxes, I don't ever want to do that. Every time I get a property tax bill, it feels like you can't own anything, and I hate it. So anything we can do before raising property taxes, and I know that you've brought that up as well, that's what we're going to do. So there are some other levers that we're trying to pull first. But this $5 an hour, I felt like was a pretty good first step, especially for the conversation starting 3 months ago.
And I agree, $5 is significant, and it's not, I don't wanna scoff at that because I do understand that it's substantial, but why is the county wages so low compared to other agencies around the state? I mean, it's the little increases throughout, you know, over years, we're keeping up with the times instead of going 20 years and then trying to do a substantial increase. Nobody's gonna take that one, and I understand that.
Yeah, and that's what we've been trying to do, because typically you'd see like a 4% or a 5%, you'd see a percentage increase. Because what that does is it benefits those that have been here longer, right? You reward those that have been working for you and have gained their wages when you give a 5% increase, or even a 10% increase. Somebody like the sheriff who has been here longer will get a bigger increase. And that's how that's supposed to work. But we've been doing across the board $1, $2. I think since I've been elected, this will be $10 in the last 4 years that we've jumped, which is pretty incredible as far as trying to catch up the bottom bracket to where it's supposed to be. And we know that we're not there, but we're getting close to where these deputy, these courthouse jobs are something that are desirable for people to work at. But it's hard to keep up with inflation that's out of control, even though people say it isn't, and it's hard to keep up with everybody else that has a lot deeper pockets, like highway patrol and bigger counties. That being said, if we do have to raise property taxes to make sure you guys can get what you need, we'll do it. But we wanna figure out everything else in between. And this wasn't driven by the fact that we don't wanna raise property taxes, we just can't do that in time, like Bill said. This is just something that we're gonna eat initially and then figure out later on, if that makes sense.
When you say eat initially, what does that mean?
It's just not, it's not an ongoing cost that in years past financially, Rich County would want to build into its, fund. It's because it's gonna, we do have a capital projects fund, this is gonna chip away at that, and a carrying cost, a fund that so we remain financially solvent. This will, for the next forever, it's gonna chip away at that until we figure out what to do with additional funding. And I have to give Bill and Sim and Norm before me credit as far as being stingy, and you guys think that maybe they were too stingy, but we're able to come up with these solutions because we do have some money.
Tom?
First, I do want to thank you guys for your diligence in this. We do recognize that you have been working on it, and we do appreciate that. We understand that this can't all be done at once. One of the questions that I do have is we are growing as evidenced by, the people that were just up there and how much the area is growing. If the schools do opt to go with the Guardian program, which is in their purview, they can do that. That still leaves a void in the summer for the coverage that we have. Is the county addressing a 5 or a 10-year plan to bring that up? Because we're at the point now where any given day in the summer, we're looking at 30,000 to 40,000 people in Garden City, and the Department of Justice tries their goal is to have 1 officer per 1,000 people, which obviously that's not going to happen here. However, it does get overwhelming. So is there an ongoing plan, as Bill referenced, where it takes 18 months to raise taxes or to bring that in case? Is there a 5 or a 10-year plan to increase the amount of officers on the street? Because it is going to definitely, it's already at a tipping point where we're just completely overwhelmed in the summer. Even if that be a reserve program or something along those lines, what's the county's long-term plan for that?
So Tom, what would the ideal, how many officers do you think Rich County would need to have an ideal coverage and those type of things?
As of right now, the ideal would probably be at least 4 more, where we could run an A shift and a B shift. That would mean that when the A shift guys are on vacation or they're on their days off, that leaves a full other shift to cover it. As it is right now, there's only 4 of us total. So, for example, this weekend, Brian and I, it's our scheduled weekend to be off. That's going to leave 2 deputies to cover the entire county. And the way that works is one will cover between 3 a.m. to 3 p.m. The other covers from 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. And then if something happens, he's available to call on that other one for a backup. So under a full 2-shift scenario, it would be to where you would have, when the guys do leave, you still have the 4 guys that are around that can cover, be called in the event that it happens. Plus it gives 24-hour coverage, because I don't know if people know this, but basically we're not out 24 hours a day. We can't be. We've got to be able to sleep and do that too, and have time with our families. So with at least 2 full shifts, it would be able to where it could be provided 24-hour coverage. But that would basically just beginning, because then you also still need an investigator that would be able to take that, or we're going to be taking time off to have to go other places to do our investigations as well. Such as I've got to be making a trip down to Salt Lake here next week to investigate a sex crime that it's going to take me out of the county for quite a bit of time, which again will leave us down 1. So short answer is base at least double what it would be. But again, it's more of a long-term plan of where we'd be looking at.
Okay.
So I think the plan is much more accelerated than like a 5 or 10-year plan. If you guys need help, we're looking 6 months to 18 months, but we do need to figure out what the school's doing. So next time you have a meeting, let us know, and we will go with you. Because if they decide they need to do that, then we're going to go to the state legislature and get state funding for this mandate, and we'll get more officers. if they decide they're gonna go with Guardians and you still need additional help, we will help you guys with the resources you need. We're not trying to get in your way.
Not to interject and speak out of turn, but I do have a little bit of in with the school information. And they're looking at the Guardian program because it seems to them, we're dragging our feet. The mandate says they're supposed to be in place January, and we're still arguing about whether or not we're even gonna do it. So they feel that they have to cover themselves because they've got that mandate just as much as we do.
And we're
They
dragging,
don't want the Guardians, they want SROs.
we've been dragging our feet because no one in our deputy pool wants to do it. Tom said that last time.
Well, it's not necessarily that we don't want to, but, I mean, I'll do it if I have to, but who's gonna cover the last, well, like Bill said, you just cashed my, comp time out. Who's gonna cover all of that time that I'm covering? We can't just take two of us and stick us in the schools and expect the coverage in the county to just go away.
Yeah.
And the people in the schools can't come out to back the one, if we're lucky, officer that's out. That's just all it is. So we've got to get this hammered out before the state legislature starts throwing out penalties for not doing it.
So I understand what you're saying, and we hear you, and I can tell you now, every single county's dragging their feet, cause nobody knows what the heck they're doing. You know, it's an unfunded mandate, and I think this year at the legislature, it's gonna probably be addressed pretty heavily as far as what the heck we're supposed to do. They're not gonna force anything, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't assume that they are. And so, yeah, we're concerned with you. I think initially, we were just trying to figure out how to pay for this $5. You know, and then go from there. And that's been, it's taken some magic to figure that out.
Well, like I said, we do appreciate your help on it. We're not saying you guys are dragging your feet or anything on it, so we do see you guys are working, and that is appreciated.
Thank you. Any other comments? Man?
Well, I'm here, I understand the officers and their concerns, and I'm not against that. I feel for them too. But my concern is, more of what the county's doing to actually, I hate it when people start squawking and all government does is just raise their budget. You were there 2 years ago when I went to the school board and said, you know, they had their truth in taxation meeting, and I said, are you guys doing anything to save money? Remember what they told me? We're not building a football stadium. Now they are, now they did. And so my question to the commissioners is,
no, we're not building the football stadium.
what are you doing to save money? I mean, I'm not, in the past 10 years in the county, you know, there's been hundreds and hundreds of new homes. The property tax base has grown substantially. And I guess that's the reason they have public hearings for budgets, is so the public can make sure that money's being spent correctly. You know, the great thing about all that new growth is it should provide, keep my taxes from going up.
And it does.
It does, and I appreciate that. So I guess the public's concern, as a public citizen, the concern is, okay, what are we doing to not squander that money to keep the commissioners from just saying, well, you know, everybody's asking for a raise, let's raise taxes. I don't think that's the answer, you know, because there's more ways than just to raise taxes. So, there's a couple things on the budget, you know, I have questions on, so I guess I'm gonna ask. Public hearings board. Why are we spending that much money, where does it go? So, is that okay, like?
Yes.
Couple line
Yeah,
items?
do it.
That's what this meeting's for.
Go for it.
So, number one, tourism projects, it's got a $665,000 price tag on it, on the expenditure side. And I'm just questioning what that goes to. I mean, that doesn't count the other things under tourism, so are we really spending $665,000 on tourism stuff?
Yeah, we are. And tourism tax is a restricted fund. It can only be spent in a certain way. And usually it involves, just to simplify it, it involves things that touch tourists. If it benefits tourism or, and the community benefits a lot from it, but it has to interface with tourists and tourism somehow. And so, like Heritage Park and Garden City, we have a list, and Tammy could probably tell you.
Yeah, I can print you out a copy. Here is the list. 250,000 goes to the sheriff's office. Sanitation, 250,000 goes to sanitation.
Yeah, it's showing it here on.
Yeah, so the other ones are the tourism and promotion. That's only 235,000. So that is all that goes to promoting the Bear Lake area. And that is pretty dang, that is really low compared to what you can get. The rest of it goes to projects, Garden City Boardwalk, the Heritage Park Stage Addition. Let's see.
Woodruff's getting 35,000. Randolph's getting 100,000. Garden City's getting 130,000.
Our fairgrounds is getting 70,000.
We're gonna put 70,000 into the fairgrounds. Lighttown's getting 125,000. So that's kind of being spread out throughout the county.
And the chamber's getting 10,000.
Right, but to me it's showing those on top of that 660,000. I mean, you're showing fairgrounds 70,000. That's on top of the 660,000.
So the tourism projects are mostly Garden City. I think it groups in Woodruff,
Yeah,
Randolph.
it goes from here to here.
And we'll break that out for you.
Okay, I'm just asking, it's like,
Yeah.
I'm just a regular citizen, I'm like, wow, 665,000, is there a way we can cut that and spend it, put it towards the sheriff's rate?
Yeah,
That's what I'm asking.
there's really not at the moment. We max out and we probably are pushing it when we're maxing out what we can send towards emergency services. There is a mandated amount, and we're on the cusp of getting yelled at.
Okay. The other question I had was like, the surplus fund, what does that mean? It shows we've got over $2 million in the surplus fund. Is that untouchable? I think that's where we run into the problem for school. They all of a sudden say, well, we've got $10 million saved up, and then next thing we hear, the state's saying, you can't
Spend it.
save that, spend it. So
Yeah.
is the county in that situation?
Well, no, we're not, and we watch that pretty close. And that's why you see some into capital projects, for example. You can only keep 100% of your property taxes. In other words, our property taxes, and we're estimating, and I'm not even sure how close we're gonna be this year. But if you look at your county property tax, we're gonna be right at, I believe it was $2 million. I don't remember what we even plugged in there. But you can only have 100% of that. So, for example, the sheriff's office, you add those two together, there's no revenue coming in from them other than, less than $100,000 probably. So those services have got to be paid. That's on the general fund. So what that is basically money put in to balance the budget for the departments. That then includes, you know, you take the revenue that's generated in each of the offices, that goes into general fund, take all the budgets and put them together, and then you've gotta, you know, fund those budgets. And fortunately, one of the things that continues to come back into, the fund surplus, as we call it, is the fact that when we come in under budget this year, hopefully it'll be, you know, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, that will go into general fund, and that's part of that fund surplus, because that's available for these next coming year's budgets.
What's
So-
the max cap on that?
What's that?
What's the maximum cap on that?
On what?
On your, fund, your surplus fund?
It's probably around 2 million.
Well, I was gonna say, I see the numbers here, I mean, is there a state mandated?
Yes, you can't collect, you can't have more than 100% of your taxes.
So, but the.
Whatever the property taxes are, you cannot have more than that in unassigned fund surplus than what your property taxes are, or your rate goes down and taxes go down.
How long do you have to clear that out?
Every year.
You don't clear it out.
You
You
don't.
just, once it hits that maxed out, you either gotta lower taxes or spend it. And the school plays, all entities play the same game. You know, very rarely are they gonna lower it. But we've been in such a good situation that we haven't had to raise it. And this $5 an hour is gonna eat into that so that we're not, you know, in that position where we have very much left over. But it's just a tool.
I'm gonna ask there's a couple more line items that I just have questions on. Capital projects, I'm assuming that's,
So,
a capital project.
well, so
What is the
capital
county?
projects is, for example, a new ambulance. We'll have to replace a new ambulance here probably in another year.
So
That's 300,000. So that's in there so that when we can order the ambulance, we have the money to pay for it.
So that's not, a new ambulance doesn't come under the ambulance budget,
Well,
300,000.
that's a new ambulance in that 300,000 this year. So we've already paid 100,000 of it. That's the thing about an ambulance. When we 18 months out on an ambulance now, so we had to, in order to order the ambulance, we had to pay 50% up front. So we did that last year, and then there's another 100,000 in that to actually pay. Well, 160,000 of that to pay for the new ambulance when it comes. Does that make sense?
Well, what doesn't make sense to me is, so you budgeted 302,000 for the ambulance. So you're saying the new ambulance you're buying doesn't come out of that budgeted amount?
Yeah, it comes out of that budgeted amount.
Okay, so what comes out of capital projects?
So what we have in capital projects will be some replacement costs for a new dump truck, for example. When we order that, you just gotta put it away. I mean, that's the thing. You just gotta, that's our fund, that's our rainy day fund for when the road department needs a new dump truck. They can't continue to do projects and still buy a new dump truck. So in other words,
They're
no
road grader.
no chip and seal or no mag water or anything like that, because we gotta have a new dump truck. Well, the new dump truck's great, or a new road grader's great, or a new loader is great, but you know, you're starting to look at those things, and if you don't put money away for them, it's a savings account is what it is. Takes it out of general fund, puts it in the capital projects, and it's there to use on those capital projects that we're gonna have to be. You know, at some point, we may have to put another roof on the courthouse, or we may have to put carpet. That is a place where we have some savings to fund those projects.
So basically, there's a account sitting somewhere that the capital projects, this 400,000 is going into to keep increasing that account.
Yeah.
But we have to have a running list of capital projects.
It has to be, you know, there's a list of things in that capital projects that it's assigned to. So that 400,000, that'll almost replace the loader, that 17-year-old loader for the road department.
So do we have a balance on the capital projects account, wherever it sits? Is there a balance sitting
Yeah,
somewhere?
yeah, there is. In fact, I can tell you what it is. You got it there, John?
Yes, So right now it's sitting at 2,894,000,
So you've got a couple million.
almost
saved
3
up to
million.
Cover ambulances, dump trucks, all that.
And it's I believe it's in an investment
It
fund.
is, it's a.
So we get some percentage based off of that.
Publish the projected list on the website.
Yeah, so we get this every month that we need to, sometimes I post it, sometimes I don't, cause it's hard to
We
do.
publish what the list is. You say you have to have a list. The
Oh, yeah,
projects that justify those funds.
Yeah, it's a revolving list. For example, an ambulance will come off, the loader goes on, another new dump truck was gonna go on for the road department. There was,
I'm just asking, is that a public list that people can look at?
it's in our overall financial plan list, I guess, so to speak, that's given, of priorities, so that.
It's not required to have it public, and I don't think we've ever done it, just not to hide anything, it's just not,
I'm just wondering.
yeah, it's not ever been.
It changes all the time.
Okay, another line item I had was sundry. You know,
Sundry.
Just, how did you guys come up with that?
That's a Pam Shaw term.
I mean, I looked it up, I looked up the definition, and it basically says little things that don't matter.
There you go.
But it's taking 160,000 or.
Well, it's little things. Here's a situation, okay? We've budgeted, for example, we've got some pretty good numbers, we hope. But until you actually take and give everybody a raise and everybody's benefits kick in, you have a number, and you hope that number is what you've put into that is sufficient. If that happens to be, as it's spread out across the county, if that happens to be $40,000 or $50,000 off, somewhere along the line, that money has got to be able to come from somewhere to balance that out. So that is a place that things are paid for unexpected expenses, for example. It might be an air conditioner downstairs. It might be a backup generator for the sheriff's department. It might be broken sewer lines or those kind of things. It's a place that you can't anticipate, but you gotta have a fund to be able to pay them out of.
Okay. This one might hit home, I don't know. Commission, 251,000. Can you tell me what, do we pay you guys $251,000?
So, yeah, I get paid $800, $900 every 2 weeks, so you do pay me.
Now, does that include your insurance?
No, that doesn't include my insurance. Now, I can say my insurance because I'm young, and even though I have 1,000 kids, it's actually pretty cheap compared to a couple.
That we won't talk about. That we won't mention.
But, so that covers that, but it also covers some traveling.
All that wisdom costs us.
Well, we shouldn't have to pay too much.
I would say that you're probably, to be an effective commissioner, you're probably getting more bang for your buck if the hours we put into it. I would say I've lost what I make as a commission by volunteering my time and not working on other things. That's not to say I need a pat on the back. I like to do it, but that's also pretty cheap compared to most other rural counties as part-time commissioners go. Some of them have full-time commissioners.
Yeah, obviously, I mean.
And if I could reject the health insurance, I would, but the Affordable Care Act does not allow me to reject an offered plan and then go to the marketplace. I can't do it. I wish I could, because when I was through the marketplace, I had a much better coverage. I got tax credits, and I got, my family have enough kids that it made more sense, but I just can't do it. It's not something that's possible.
All right, so did you say 900 every 2 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say 2,000 a month average, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's 24, that's only 75,000. Where's the rest of it?
Gio, I can give you a breakdown on that.
Well, and it's easy to answer. I mean, I would say our benefits probably are more than what we get paid. You're looking at 50 to 60 per commissioner, and then we do travel. And every dollar we spend on lobbying, I guarantee the county gets back $20 to $30. And I'm just making that up, but for every hour I'm down at the legislature, or Bill is, or Sim is, we get to fix the problems like the school. Well, I can just tell you right now, our sanitation department, it's trash. We were above, we were class 2, which is just a rural dump, where you go toss trash into a pit and cover it up. But we passed the threshold of being a class 2, and they wanted us to migrate to a class 1, the Division of Environmental Quality.
DEQ.
Yeah. And that's a $2 or $3 million in a single year cost. We'd have to line our pit, we'd have to do methane monitoring, dig wells, have ponds that we monitor runoff. And we were able to go down there and spend a lot of time with DEQ, and we came up with a plan along with Lynn to separate out our construction into its own permit, which is cheaper, and to do municipal waste in a separate permit. And that brought us down below the threshold of being a class 1. Saved the county $2 or $3 million that we would have had to pay on the first year. So that's the type of stuff that happens all the time, that is hard to talk about because there's just too much anecdote, you know, and it's part of the job.
So you've taken the last 5 minutes, explained why we pay you what we pay you.
Yeah, because
How much money
you
we
asked
save
why.
us.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to, you get insurance that you don't want, maybe you should reject the wages.
And work for free. If
What's
you
wrong
if you
with
have
that?
guys work for free, you're going to get what you pay for, Gio,
You're
which
elected.
is not good.
You're
I can tell you right now. Huh?
You're elected.
Yeah. So anybody can. In fact,
is
I
there-
wish 10 people would run against me for this
Is
job.
there code in the county that states what you guys make? I mean, are you required, does the state have a state code that says you're supposed to make this much? I don't know, is there?
No, it's based on basically overall budgets. I can tell you that there is one commission in the entire state that is paid less than we are, and that is Daggett County. And they get $800 less, or excuse me, what did he tell me? Yeah, $800 a month less than we do. But, you know, the issue is you can attack us if you want, Dio. It's all great and dandy, but if you want to come and follow us around, you know, 60, 70 hours a week some weeks, and sit in 15 and 20 hours of meetings advocating for Rich County, you know, I mean, as a commissioner, I can tell you right now, you know, just the Bear River Bridge down there is going to be $10 million. The 2 bridges out there are going to be well over $3 million, and then the one out of Deseret is going to be another $1 million. That's $25 million that come into this county absolutely with no match money, no whatsoever, but because we were there, we participated in the meetings, we advocated for Rich County, we put the plans together. There's $25 million that come into the county that didn't cost you one dime.
It did cost.
It didn't cost you a
Yes,
dime.
it did.
It did not.
There's no such thing as free money, Bill.
Well, I can tell you right now, go back to Obama and say, give me my money back, because that's where it come from.
There's no such
It was
thing as free
federal money. I get it, but you didn't pay taxes to do those bridges.
No, but I'm paying taxes to the road crew who could have built those 2 bridges over the R&W Canal. Instead, we're spending, you said $3 million to put in 2 bridges on the R&W Canal?
Yep.
That's asinine.
Well,
You have to go by an engineer's instructions. You can't just go out and send somebody out there and to do it.
Well,
I get your frustration, and it's good for you to question the guys that are making the decisions and if they're getting paid and how much they're making money. You know, it's how America's supposed to work. So I get what you're saying, and would hope that people continue to ask what commissioners are. I can tell you there is a state law for us to pay ourselves more. We have to have a public hearing. There are protections in place to make sure that we don't take advantage of the system. But it's right for you to challenge us on what's going on.
Well, of course it is, and in the past, this is probably the first budget hearing you've even had an audience for years,
Probably.
right? What concerns me again is that I don't have a problem with the deputies coming and asking for a raise and so forth. But what concerns me again, and I hope that you commissioners will look at it and say, you know, what can we do to make adjustments in this instead of just automatically saying, let's pull a truth in taxation meeting next year and raise our taxes. I don't think we need to do that, is what I'm saying. I'm hoping that you will look at hard, and I think you will. In the past, you've been good at keeping taxes to a minimum. And I applaud you for that, and I hope you will continue to do that.
Let me answer this question, that question to this, Gio. Every department in the county, and you've been part of this, you've submitted a budget. We go through those budgets and it's kind of like, okay, do you really need this amount of money? Do you need something new? Do you not? Do you need more people? Do you not? And we go through every one of those budgets before we ever plug those even into these numbers whatsoever and scrutinize those with the department head. You come in and said, I need more help. I need more help. I'm overrun. I need more help. Did you not come in and did you get it?
No.
Well, I guess there's a good example of not giving everybody what they wanted.
Right. And I applaud all the department heads because every year they would come in under budget.
Most everybody does, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, that's part of being a citizen of Rich County, and I do hope that the deputies do understand that. That's part of the reason we live here, and not a lot of other people do, is because cost of living is a little bit cheaper, wages are cheaper. I mean, I'm not saying you're getting paid enough. I'm not saying that, but there is a payoff to living in Rich County versus Weaver County or Salt Lake County.
100% agree.
You know, we're not making as much money, but we're not dealing with all them dang people.
Right.
So, and I'll quit.
Yeah.
Right? I'll quit, but again, I'm asking the commission to really look hard at.
It's hard to rob this hand and put it in this pocket and just on one set when it's jumping so high. It's hard to rob all these other places to fill in there.
I agree, but my gosh, the tax base has to.
But you run your ranch and you know that the price of fuel went up, so you start scrimping over here on a new tractor, and pretty soon you're paying more repair bills and so you got to keep those leveled out.
I agree. I just don't want you to pull a trick like the school district pulled. Say they're saving money, and the next thing you know,
We build a new courthouse.
we're building something new, and then we'll probably get another truth in taxation hearing shortly.
Yeah. You had your hand up.
I did. I had a question if you're done. On the Woodruff Creek project, under the 23, it's USDA Woodruff Creek Watershed Project. It's a PL 566 project for watersheds and
Right.
and you guys sponsor that project as the county. Is that correct? It's on the line item $250,000.
Right.
Just as a clearinghouse.
Right.
We take the money and give it to them.
Right, I see how that works on there, on this part where it comes in, for Woodruff Creek project. But just wondering,
as the sponsor, is there any more like liability for the county going forward if that project is to go through?
No.
Or what is the?
We are just a
county's-
sponsoring entity, and the agreement we have is that the county is not fiscally responsible for any of what goes on that project that they don't get paid for. So in other words, you know, you can decide whatever that project decides to do, and maybe it's $1 million. The county is not responsible whatsoever until that $1 million is in the account. The county does not pay or does not take any of that liability.
Okay.
We
Yeah,
made
for-
sure of that.
For that on payment, that's good, and then, like I was saying, if you end up, you know, the budget 250, is that like?
That's just
a quote, or just,
that's, well, they've never gave us, they've never spent more than that. And so we have to, on the revenue side, show that we got some income. So if they have some expenses, we have the expenditure side to pay that out. So that's how you balance that budget, is we don't pay it unless they pay us, and so we gotta have it coming in so we can pay it going out.
You just have to have a spot for money to land and leave. Whether we get that 250 or not for them, doesn't matter. If we don't have that spot, we can't even take it.
That's where you come up with the.
Yeah, so that may never even show up.
Okay.
And there's, you know, there's several projects from here to there, you know, and that happens quite often. And the bad part about that kind of inflates the overall budget, but in actuality, it's not, it has to come in before we can spend it anyway, but yet it reflects on the total of income we're gonna get and the expenditure we're gonna put. But they're contingent on one each other. They don't, it's not like we're gonna go spend it. It's just one of those things. And that happens on grants and different things like that. You gotta budget a grant in, and so you can spend it on the backside out.
If there's no like liability for the county, say the
Nope.
project gets put in
Nope.
and done.
Nope.
Okay.
There's some documentation that holds the county, there's no liability whatsoever on the county financially or even liability wise.
Yeah.
I was wondering if the decision had been made, or if the person could advocate for all of the officers to be included in the raise in hopes of getting more dispatch and.
So that $5 covers dispatch and deputies.
It does, okay.
Yeah, so it's all the employees in the jail and sheriff's department.
Awesome.
Yeah, OC.
So, being a landowner in Woodruff and, fifth generation cattle rancher, I do appreciate you guys' hard work you do as law enforcement. Appreciate Dale. He's been good on that end of the county for sure. But, and the $5 an hour raise, that's pretty spectacular when you sit and think about it. I had 15 years in the patch and I never got any $5 an hour raise on anything, and I've worked 24/7. So, you know, you guys ought to appreciate that fact for sure. $5 is quite an increase. But I would really, really, really hope that you know, if we need to hire more deputies and whatnot, that my property taxes don't go up. You know, I've had several people sit and tell me, oh, well, you know, your property tax only goes up this much now. Well, I'm here to tell you, I got 100 of them that I pay every year. And, you know, it might be $5 here, and it might be 50 there, or it might be 100 and something on the next one. And, you know, everybody's situation is different. I just hope that there's a balance there so my taxes don't go up. But I do appreciate the hard work that law enforcement has done.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I'll just say one more time, I think we're all more aligned than we think, because we initially started this by saying the last thing we want to do is raise property taxes. That's, it's a pretty it makes me feel, you know, it's a sacred thing to task somebody with something that they have to do for the rest of their life to keep their property. I don't like that. You know, the fact that you have to keep paying or the government can come take it from you. And so we take that very seriously when we think about, do we want to increase what people have to pay? But at the same time, my dad was a deputy sheriff. I know what you guys do. You need more money. And so we're trying to strike the balance of figuring that out. And this is the first step. There are some more levers that we're looking at as far as sales tax and things like that that are voluntary and less mandatory. But I promise you that we could keep everybody involved with what goes on. I feel like that's something we've been pretty good at the last few years. And then I got to say one more thing, just to throw myself under the bus. As far as the transient room tax, Sim's going to get bugged at me too, but I would challenge Lake Town, who continues to ask for it, to be a little more open towards short-term rentals, because they continue to, and I'm fine with them asking for more money for bleachers, but somewhat hostile towards short-term rentals.
But they do have some.
Yeah. So that's all I'm going to say about that. We did approve it, but it's I don't like it. So I'm sure that's not going to go over well with them, but I need to say that.
Can I ask you a question about the transient things?
Yeah.
So, I watched a meeting, I think it was in the spring, where the commissioners were approving, I think it was grant money that I think come from TRT tax?
No, so that's economic opportunity grant money from the governor's office.
Okay. So that's a different thing. So the TRT tax, how that is spent is totally governed by you, the commissioners, or
No,
who is that governed
it's
by?
by state code. It was originally established for promoting. Almost 100% of it had to go towards advertising rentals. And then these small counties said, well, we don't need more advertising. We need help paying for this. And so they slowly broke off. You know, it was 30% could be used towards projects. And for smaller counties, it's closer to 40 to 50% now. And they've really opened up as far as like using it towards emergency services. I think it's in a pretty good spot right now, but still they're pushing for more usage.
Okay, but just so I'm clear, so like the TRT tax revenue for, right, what you're expecting is, well, 1.3 million?
Yep.
And you have to spend all that 1.3 million?
We don't have to spend it, but we have to spend it in a certain way. So we could only spend 50% of it, but the buckets that you spend it in don't change, even if you carry it over.
Like you've broken it down, you put a little for sheriff's office, a little for sanitation, whatever. You have the ability to do that, but that's you three's, the commission's decision on those.
Yeah, so basically,
This meeting.
There's a committee.
There's a
tax advisory board.
Yeah, the tax advisory board, applications are put in to that. They review the applications and make sure that they meet the criteria. Then they make recommendations back to the commission as to how much is approved. It's called the tab board. Tammy Linhart, I think she's gone. She actually staffs that board and gets those board members together and has applicants come in and apply. It's not, that money doesn't go to individuals. I mean, it's not like you could come in and say, you know, I'd like this much of money. It needs to stay in government operations, whether it's in tourism or whether it's within municipalities, or it can be used for public facilities and those kind of things, but not for private individuals.
Okay, so the economic development grant, that's different.
It is.
And that does go towards individuals.
It can be, an individual business can apply for money from that.
And where does that money come from?
That is given through the Governor's Office of Economic Development, and every county in the state
It's the same amount.
gets $200,000 a year.
It just goes further in Rich County than it does in Salt Lake.
So every county gets the same amount?
Exact same amount.
And you appointed a board that
The board chooses how that's dispersed. It doesn't have to be direct to business. It could be used for an economic project, a 5-year plan. We've done direct to business, but that's probably not how it's gonna stay forever. That's just to spend the money, so we keep getting it.
So it goes to the board, they make a decision, and then they bring for you, and then you get the final okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very rarely do we shift things around from the board's suggestions, because why would you have a board if you're not gonna, but every once in a while, we'll see something and we do have the power to shift stuff in this
So
meeting.
plan with that to, have you talked about next year? I mean, there were a lot of businesses that were surprised by not having an opportunity to participate what we've done in the past years. I mean, is that something, if you're taking it for a sanitation project this year?
We were looking at $4 or $5 million deal out here to keep running, keep open.
This is for, and it was used this year for consultants to help you.
It hasn't been used yet. Yeah, the fact that we may have saved and stayed in a class 2 will affect how that money's gonna be spent. So it may go back to grants. We just don't. There's been so many developments in the last few weeks that.
It's been kind of an unknown with DEQ in getting our permit renewed, because we had to put some information. We had to prove to them that we could stay as a class 2 rather than go to a class 1, which a class 1 is just for the amount of, the size of our county and the amount of garbage that we generate, it would be just substantial. And so we had to hire some professional people to come in and help us do a plan to show us how and what our possibilities are. And so we kind of froze that money at that point in time, because we were on the burner, and that was one of those things that wasn't in the budget, particularly for that plan within the sanitation budget, to hire these consultants to go in and help us put a plan together to satisfy DEQ's concerns about renewing our permit. We were getting pretty close to the point of where they was basically gonna say, we're gonna close the landfill until you can show us that. So it was kind of a scary thing, but we put that on hold for right now.
It's a big enough deal that the state gave us that money early for next year, because they said, why don't you set this, they knew that we were coming into that problem. And so the state was helping us scramble to find more funds, and they said, what if we give you this $200,000 early? We're the only county that got it early, just in case you need it for your landfill.
I just hope going forward, I mean, that money is probably the most flexible ability to get in private business owners' pockets.
And it helped a lot.
And so the ability to, I applaud the concept of a little more discussion ahead of time of where are the needs across our county for economic development, and being able to potentially take it as a one-time fund, but it's so good. I mean, it's good to hear, and let us know as a chamber any way we can help in those discussions. If I know you have your board, but it's greatly valued by businesses.
We're hoping to increase that a little as well. The governor seems to be quite, what should I say, receptive to that, of increasing that actually to 300,000.
Hopefully for class 6 and 5
Right,
and 6 in
right.
small counties that are
Right.
just, we're strapped already.
4th, 5th, and 6th is where that's targeted at. So we'll see how the legislature responds to that. And that's one of those things of where, if you're not there at the table, you've got to be there, and you've got to be part of that process, or you're not successful. And that's, as far as commissioners go, that's our job, is to advocate and lobby the legislators to make sure that money's coming to our rural counties to offset some of these costs. I mean, that's,
It's a topic of discussion in the Rural Utah Chamber Coalition, as well as our Northern Utah Chamber Coalition as well. So we would love to support that effort as well, to try and push, because it's real. And you sit and look at the facilities that the Davis and Utah counties and other are building based on their tax base. And they just keep building these incredible facilities that are really economic development bound, and it's hard. So thank you for that.
Okay. Mr. Stocking.
Coming back, sorry, to county employee stuff, just because I feel like over the years, we've maybe scrimped a little bit too much, that now it's kind of coming to a head. And that's why we're seeing some of these needs, you know, raises and things like that. And we all know cost of living has increased a lot. Although there are some cuts. I'm glad you brought that up. I've never stopped to think about that. It is nice not to live in Salt Lake. But do you guys, I don't even know how this works. Do you guys do cost of living raises every year? Is it like just the same? How does that work for county employees?
So, we've done it a couple of different times, or different ways. There's kind of a standard right now of what you do is you look at the CPI and see what that CPI is. And this year, I know pretty much across the state that the CPI is right around 3 to 3.5%, and that's basically what counties are factoring in as far as raises go for their employees. One of the things we've looked at is that percentage varies per employee, and so we felt like that it's more fair and more economical to give everybody the same amount of raise. I mean, you know, rather than that CPI is based on a percentage. So if you're making 50,000, you get more money than if you're making 35,000. And yet, if you're making 35,000, you probably need a bigger percentage anyway. And so we felt like the best way to keep those distances from getting further and further apart of the ones that are making more money further away from the ones that are making less money on a percentage basis, we the last 2 or 3 years now have just gone to just an actual raise per hour. So anybody that's working an hour gets, and then this year, beginning in 2025, every hour you're gonna work you're gonna get a $3 an hour raise, regardless whether you're a dispatcher or you're a garbage man or you're a road plower or supervisor or whoever you are, unless you're a deputy or in the sheriff's office, and you'll get a $5 an hour raise.
So that $5, $3 is basically the cost of living increase.
Yeah, but instead of being 4%, for our lowest paid, it's 25%, and our highest paid. So really, the highest paid are the ones that are eating it more because they're getting a less of a percentage. That's just to catch up the bottom.
Also cost of living increase in addition, but
No, a typical cost of living, I mean, I think in 2023 it was like 8.7%, which is absurd because of inflation. Usually it's like 4% or 5% if you're being generous. And so if we were to do that, that would be a 70-cent rate. You know, it just, the $3 is pretty, we didn't do $3 plus 60 cents.
My other question is related to TRT. I just wanted to bring this up because I understand TRT, I've watched it for the last 10 years. It's interesting how it's evolved, and I think it's evolved in good ways, but I do feel like as a county, we could tap that resource a little better to deal with the problem that has been created by tourism. I love tourism, I love growth, it's a good thing. We've just been growing so fast that, I mean, I'm just repeating what everyone else has said. You know, we're behind on sewer, we're behind on sanitation, we're behind on deputies and whatnot. So since we've got that ability, I want to make sure that we really are maximizing that, using all of the money we can. And I feel like looking at these numbers, we're not. This doesn't look right. So this looks, I did the math and I'm pretty sure we can use 52.9% of the total towards those other things, the non-tourism things. And looking at this, I see like 500,000 is all, but this is 1.6 million. So I don't know. I don't know all the numbers. I don't know all the math, but I just want to make sure it is getting maximized, because if we continue to just push money into tourism projects, which I am also for, I think that is good. But I think we need to maybe pull the reins back a little bit. Instead of advertising and doing tourism projects, we need to make sure our services are in place and taken care of and, you know,
Yeah.
catch up a little bit with that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, we can't take the money without advertising. You cannot turn that off and take the money. But, you're right that 51% can be spent, other ways. But I have to tell you, since we spoke just a week ago, Bill and Sam added, we were only allotting $50,000 for the Rich County Sheriff's Office, and they added an extra $200,000. So that was initially 50,000, but just in the past few days, it's been bumped way up. And in my first year elected, we only collected $570,000 in transient room tax. So just in the 4 years, we've gone from, just over $500,000 to 1.2, 1.3 million. It's an incredible tool we have in Rich County, along with like Grand County, Garfield County. We're one of the few counties where our transient room tax is approaching the same size as our property tax. And that just shows how much of a resort town we are. But the fact that we do have $500,000 towards sanitation and emergency services is a really cool thing that most counties don't have. And it's not paid by any of us. It's paid by people that come inside the county. So it's a cool tool that we have. But we are taking that into account. And this is just a couple years ago, we wouldn't have been able to spend $500,000 on that.
But, I mean, I'm looking at the numbers, I think you're closer to like 40% of those totals. Like if you add up everything under, well, okay, but that also includes restaurant tax, and that's different.
Yeah.
So I think that's where the numbers might get.
1.2 million is what we're anticipating getting in our room tax. So 50% of that 600,000, and you can see where we put in emergency services. So.
Well, so I mean, I think it would be 600. What is it? 635,000 you could. You did 500,000, so there's 135,000 you could have put towards emergency services.
We gave it to the Lake Town Rodeo Arena, okay?
Yeah,
And
because they want a rodeo
That's kind of my
there.
point, is I'm hoping maybe some of these, like Lake Town and even Garden City, will just think, okay, you know what, let's take a pause this year and not take as much money, and let's put it towards the sheriff's office.
Well, we can't throw them under the bus completely because we do have the discretion to not give them that money. But I'll disagree with you in the fact that 100% of it needs to go towards emergency services. And I did, when we spoke a few days ago, we need to also build projects that improve. And I know you don't like outdoor projects, you want rec center, but the idea that, we get park improvements in the town of Randolph or town hall repairs in Woodruff is, and it's our tourism that's paying for that, is pretty dang cool. And I don't think we should shut that fountain off. I think there's a balance, and I think it looks pretty good.
I get what you're saying. You're saying you want to continue to increase tourism.
No, I want to continue to improve infrastructure, tourism infrastructure, while also helping. I want permanent things, permanent infrastructure. Does that make sense?
Deputy?
No, like Heritage Park is awesome. The pickleball courts are awesome. That was all tourism tax.
And I get what you're saying. I think what you're saying is you put money into those projects. They're there for years.
Yeah, like this Bowery over here in Randolph, that was tourism tax. My family's used it. The church uses it. That was paid for by people coming into the county.
And so, but your point, I thought, was that then that brings in more tourists, that increases that fund even more.
Which is what the money was for. The fact that we're able to use 50% of it towards emergency services is something that the commission over years has carved out. We weren't allowed to do that a few years ago.
Right.
So we get what you're saying, and we're working on it slowly. In fact, we just took a survey from all the commissioners of what we would do to even increase that further. But it was originally established for promotion. We're just modifying a tool that wasn't meant for this anyway.
But at the same time, I mean, it's created the problem of not having enough deputies, right? We'd have
You're right.
plenty of
You're right.
deputies
You're right. And it's
if we didn't have so many tourists. So it's just, we're just, I feel like we're using the money to make the problem worse.
Yeah.
Right? We're just getting more tourism.
To spend that 50% on police, we have to spend the
the
50% on advertisement.
Make sense. So
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if there's 135,000 more we could have put towards emergency services, I would look at doing that if you can.
So do you think if we turned off that lever, and just didn't collect any transient room tax and didn't advertise and didn't build stuff, that would solve the problem?
No, that's not what he's saying.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying.
Cause to spend the $500,000 on, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying, to spend the $500,000 that we are on sanitation, we have to spend the other portion on advertising. You can't only spend it on one or the other.
Okay, and maybe I'm not talking about advertising, maybe I'm talking about your, what do you call them, projects, whatever.
You're saying spend 100% on mitigation?
No.
That's a bad plan.
Wait, 100%,
He's saying, why are you taking this $135,000 that could be used towards other stuff and putting it towards advertising?
Because,
or actually, I'm saying it more towards tourism projects.
because
And
we
again,
have to. We have to.
No, there's $135,000 more you could have spent towards emergency services.
So you're saying,
not at 52.
okay, I get what you're saying. Because we won't. We're not gonna turn off all infrastructure to
No,
100%.
You still got 48% going towards infrastructure.
That's not infrastructure. You cannot, that 48% cannot be infrastructure. The 48% has to be advertising. You cannot, that 48% cannot go towards projects. So that's what we're disconnecting.
That's the rules we
No, he's
live
talking
by.
about priorities within your non-advertising dollars. That's all he's saying. He's saying, instead of spending it on pavilions and other things like that, cut that down a little and throw it more towards dealing with mitigation.
Yeah, I
and
get that.
services. That's all he's saying.
I get that, but I feel like the balance is pretty
And
damn
that-
good.
So that's differing of opinion. That's all
Yeah,
we're
and
talking
that's what I'm
about.
saying.
Your
He's
opinion
asking,
is-
I'm trying to appeal
he's
to you
asking
guys.
that you would consider
Get it, understood.
doing that. That's all.
Instead of continuing to make our problem worse, mitigate our problems before we keep advertising more and bringing more problems, to put it bluntly.
I 100% agree with you. These guys too. This is the first time we're spending $500,000. This portion towards it. The percentage is getting bigger towards what you're saying. So you're absolutely right.
Does the state specify how that advertising has to be spent? Like, could the county buy a garbage truck and then put on the side, visit Bear Lake?
No.
Come on back.
We could, but we'd get in trouble. There are a few counties that have already been in trouble with the state auditor for trying to do those types of things.
So it has to go to like a specific advertising agency or?
Yes, and we contract with the Visitors Bureau, and they handle it through digital, print, online.
And that's common across the state.
So it's not like Reagan Billboards automatically gets something like that?
No, it's up to Tammy how she wants to spend that in the.
It's not quite money laundering yet.
Yeah. We'll get there.
It's the whole reason the tax was put in place.
Yeah, which makes sense. It was a good thing for the state of Utah, right?
It's done its job,
Yeah.
you know.
But now it's gone past the point of being helpful and created a problem that we can't pay for. At least in our rural gateway communities, it's compounding a problem 5 years from now. I feel like if you guys continue to spend the money the way you did, 5 years from now, we will be in such a mess because our ability to handle the problems that come with the tourism will be so bad, it will start to reverse itself. Tourism will die and it'll eat itself out.
Could we just shut the gates and?
That's right.
I'd be all for talking all day long.
Okay.
We'll put OC in charge of building a fence across the highways.
I understand what you're saying, Joey.
Okay, any other comments? Nope.
Make a motion, we leave public hearing.
Second. Moving second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. Can I start these?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna move that we adopt the following 2025 tax rates. The general operations at a .000473, multi-county assessing and collecting at .000015, local assessing collecting at .000193.
Second. Okay, motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
I move we adopt the health insurance plans. Rich County will adopt the Intermountain Insurance services to be in coverage with EMI Health, medical, dental, vision, and life insurance. These rates for these services will increase 4.5% over the present year percent rates, a change from Select Health.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, I'll move that we adopt the following 2020 general fund budget of $10,517,082 for revenue and expenditure.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
I'd move that we adopt the 2025 sanitation budget of $1,251,500 for revenue and expenditures.
Second.
Moved. Motion is seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, I'll make the following motion that we increase wages for county employees. A cost of living wage increase of $3 an hour for part-time and full-time county employees, including elected officials, with the possibility of more market adjustment base during the year, based on salary surveys. That we set the minimum wage at $21 per hour, and the sheriff and his deputies and the jail dispatch will receive a cost of living wage increase of $5 per hour.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I would make a motion that Rich County pay 100% of the Utah retirement rates for public safety as well as county employees.
Okay, second that.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, make a motion that Rich County be billed for county sanitation services.
Okay, second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I move we reauthorize the $0.25 county option sales tax for 2025.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I'll move to adopt the proposed 2025 budget as of December 11, 2024.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I'd move that we authorize the clerk to make line item adjustments within the 2024 budget to balance the overall department budgets.
Okay, second that.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Move we adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yippee.